Chapter 189. Before the masked man, the old man didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. Perhaps, as far as the old man was concerned, any resistance was futile before the masked man, and kneeling down and begging for mercy might give him a way out. The masked man moved and slightly extended his right hand. But right at this instant, terrifying origin energy raged on the masked man's right hand before condensing together. Wham! A saber light condensed from origin energy carried along a mysterious and terrifying aura as it lightly trembled, and before the old man could react, it slashed past the old man's neck. The old man, who was still trembling a moment ago, was instantly split into two, and his blood dyed the ground as if transforming into a stream. A half-step void stage expert died just like that. A feeling of unreality arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, and he only returned to his senses when the masked man's figure moved and instantly vanished before his eyes. If it wasn't for the old man's corpse being right before his eyes, he would even suspect that the masked man had never appeared. The azure-clothed old man was an expert that had stepped into the half-step void stage at any rate, but before the masked man he was like paper. You deal with the rest yourself. Nie Yuan's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fierce light when he heard what Nie Yuan said, and his icy cold gaze descended onto the distant Duan Ru-Lei, who had long since been scared silly. Duan Ru-Lei's face was ghastly pale, but he didn't flee. Even if he wanted to flee, with his mere cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he wouldn't be able to flee far. Amongst the people present, even the weakest Duan Lingtian would be able to easily catch up to him. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if transforming into a spirit serpent, and he instantly flashed before Duan Ru-Lei. Duan Ru-Lei seemed to have realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, so he simply threw caution to the wind, and his gaze was vicious. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky that the Divine Might Marquis is helping you. But even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. I wasn't even afraid of you when you were still human. No wonder I'd be afraid of you after you become a ghost? Duan Lingtian was amused. Because of the appearance of the ghost masked man, Duan Lingtian, whose mood was slightly depressed, didn't waste words with Duan Ru-Lei. The violet myrtle flexible sword swept out and directly ended Duan Ru-Lei's life. At the same time, he put away Duan Ru-Lei's spatial ring. It could be imagined that as a person who controlled more than half of the Duan clan's businesses, the wealth on Duan Ru-Lei's body would surely be extremely considerable. Uncle Nya, who is that? Duan Lingtian put Duan Ru-Lei's spatial ring into his own spatial ring. He didn't even have time to claim ownership before his gaze fell on Nie Yuan, who wasn't far away. He could tell that this Uncle Nya should know of that person's existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words to the old man in green. It's a pity that your opponent today is not me. These words were enough to show that Nie Yuan recognized the masked man. He is a very scary person. A hint of fear appeared on Nie Yuan's face. Not your friend, Uncle Nya? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Nie Yuan laughed bitterly. Of course not. Perhaps I, the Divine Might Marquis, am high and mighty in the eyes of others, but in his eyes I'm nothing. I just happened to encounter him when I hurried over. His purpose for coming here is to punish this traitor. As Nie Yuan spoke, he looked at the green-clothed old man whose head had been separated from his body. Traitor? This old man whose cultivation had stepped into the half-step void stage was actually once the subordinate of the masked man? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. That masked man was a true void stage expert, after all. It wasn't surprising that he had such a subordinate. Uncle Nya, according to my knowledge, there are 3 true void stage experts in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Besides the one in the imperial family and Grandpa Nya, there seems to be only that one from Ghastly Shadow. Could it be that the person from before was? Duan Lingtian looked at Nie Yuan, as if wanting to discern the answer from his face. Nye Yuan lightly smiled, but didn't express his opinion. His figure flashed as he directly flew away. You too. Help this kid clean up this place properly. Duan Rulei is the Duan clan's second master after all. It's best if the Duan clan doesn't find out about you too. Yes, General. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had respectful expressions as they sent Nye Yuan off with their gazes. So mysterious. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then didn't think any further. In any case, whether that person was the void stage expert from Ghastly Shadow or not wasn't related to him in the slightest. Duan Lingtian slowly walked out and took the spatial rings of the green-clothed old man and the other 3 old men one by one. Subsequently, with the help of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he first cremated the corpses of the old men, then burned down the entire courtyard house with fire. Flames soared into the sky, as if a raging inferno was burning the city. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 instead walked out from within the scorching flames and slowly disappeared at the end of the street. At this moment, they were able to hear the waves of exclamations that sounded out from behind them. The matter had finally been resolved. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. But when he thought of what happened today, he still had a slight, lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for Uncle Nye's timely appearance, he would probably be dead by now. He didn't think that the ghost masked man would save him. Perhaps, in the eyes of the ghost masked man, any life was like grass, not worth mentioning. After returning to his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian entered his room and fell into a deep sleep. And right at this moment, the entire Duan clan was completely stirred. The second master, Duan Rulei, who played an important role in the Duan clan and controlled most of the businesses, was burned to death by raging inferno in a single night, and his courtyard house in the inner city was reduced to ashes along with it. Within the audience hall of the Duan clan estate, Patriarch Duan Ru, whose face was gloomy and his gaze was like lightning. Second brother is gone just like that. No matter who did it, even if my Duan clan has to dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll still find him and burn his bones to comfort second brother's soul in heaven. Patriarch is right. Second master's death is unclear, so this is how it should be. Most of the Duan clan elders present nodded in agreement. But looking at their expressions, there were even more that didn't care. Perhaps, in their eyes, Duan Rulei was only a cripple in the end. Even to the extent that with Duan Rulei's death, the businesses that were originally under Duan Rulei's control would become vacant, and they would be able to get a share of the profits. To them, Duan Rulei's death was a good thing to a certain extent. Of course, they only dared to think like this in their hearts. The Duan clan's 4th master, Duan Ruhong, had a gloomy expression. It's really been troubled times recently. First, the Su clan had 2 direct descendant disciples successively die, and now second brother was burned to death for no reason. Could these 2 matters be related? 4th master, you're too sensitive. According to my knowledge, the death of the 2 Su clan direct descendant disciples seems to be related to the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Second master, however, has no relationship with Su Nan. A Duan clan elder shook his head as he slowly spoke. His words obtained the agreement of most of the people present. No matter if it's related or not, my Duan clan will surely investigate this matter to the end and return justice to second brother. Duan Ru, whose voice contained a breathtaking rage mixed within. Patriarch, there's one more thing. I heard my grandson say that early this morning at the side of Paladin Academy's martial arts practice grounds, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, relied on his cultivation at the Origin Core stage to defeat the former number 1 genius of Paladin Academy, Su Qing, in one go. An aged Duan clan elder suddenly spoke out. His grandson was also a student of Paladin Academy. What? Origin Core stage? Second elder, you're not joking, right? Duan Rufing's son has stepped into the Origin Core stage? Yeah, second elder. According to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian seems to be only 18 years old today, right? Being able to cultivate to the 9th level of the core formation stage is already a monstrous talent, and seems to have surpassed Duan Rufeng all those years ago. Origin core stage impossible. Throughout the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, there seems to have never been an 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist. Even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, an 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist is an absolute monstrous talent in the martial Dao, and is an existence that the various large sects fight for. I think it's impossible as well. The group of Duan clan elders didn't dare believe it, and they all shook their heads. Silence. Right at this moment, Patriarch Duan Ruhua spoke out, suppressing the clamorous discussions within the audience hall. I can testify to this matter. Second elder isn't lying. Early this morning, Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, did indeed defeat Su Qing. At that time, he didn't use a spirit weapon, and he exerted the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. As soon as Duan Ruhua spoke, the audience hall went deathly silent. The people present didn't have any more doubts. Exerting the strength of 16 ancient mammoths, without the use of a spirit weapon, so long as it was a normal martial artist, their first thought would be that an origin core stage martial artist held back. After all, a 9th level core formation martial artist would at most be able to exert the strength of 12 ancient mammoths, without the use of a spirit weapon. Only an origin core stage martial artist would be able to exert the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Patriarch, the old man that sat below Duan Ruhua and hadn't spoken since the beginning, suddenly spoke. This old man had long snow-white hair and a pair of straight white eyebrows. Presently, his pair of muddy eyes seemed to have pushed aside the clouds and mist, emitting 2 dazzling lights. Along with the old man speaking, everyone in the audience hall, including Patriarch Duan Ruhua, respectfully looked at the old man. The old man was precisely the Duan clan's grand elder. Not only that, the old man had another identity. The previous generation's patriarch of the Duan clan, Duanzhen. Since that Duan Lingtian has such natural talent, we must use all means possible to make him return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors. He has even more potential than Duan Rufeng all those years ago. In the future, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will surely be unable to trap him. Duanzhen slowly spoke, and a trace of burning desire flashed within his eyes. If he is able to be chosen by those top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, with the generosity of those sects, even bestowing a void advancement pill for Duan Lingtian isn't impossible. Void advancement pill. As soon as Duanzhen finished speaking, the audience hall went deathly silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing remained. Void advancement pill. They naturally knew what medicinal pill that was. Void advancement pill, a grade 5 medicinal pill that only a grade 5 alchemist could refine. Once a half-step void stage expert consumed it, there was a 50% chance of breaking through to the void prying stage within 3 days. There was a 30% chance of breaking through to the void prying stage within a month. Chapter 190. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a grade 5 alchemist was an existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, the formidable powers that were capable of asking a grade 5 alchemist to help refine a grade 5 medicinal pill were only those top sects that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it was said that in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various great clans were in charge, then in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various great sects were in charge. I heard that 30 years ago, a peerless genius had once appeared in the Yuanqin Kingdom's Yuan clan, and he stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 19. Later on, he went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Snow Moon sect and became a disciple of the Snow Moon sect's Grand Elder. Because of this, the the Yuan clan obtained a void advancement pill and became a void prying stage expert. A Duan clan elder couldn't help but sigh as he was reminded by Grand Elder Duanjin. I've heard of this as well. Another Duan clan elder nodded as well, and his gaze emitted slight, burning desire. Void prying stage expert to the Duan clan. This was extremely important. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were at least close to 100 existences at the half-step void stage when all the powers were added together. However, in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were only 3 true void stage experts. Wanting to step into the void prying stage was too difficult. Even if it was in existence at the half-step void stage, without a certain amount of natural talent, it would be impossible for them to break through to the void prying stage in their entire lifetime until the end of their lifespan. In the history of the Duan clan, there were at least over 100 experts that stepped into the half-step void stage. However, not even a single void prying stage expert had appeared. That year, practically everyone in the Duan clan thought that Duan Rafeng would surely be able to break the Duan clan's history and become a void prying stage expert. At that time, Duan Rafeng could be considered to be the most genius disciple in the history of the Duan clan. But unfortunately, Duan Rafeng went missing in the end, and there was no news of him until now. As far as the Duan clan members were concerned, he was surely doomed. Whereas now Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, had appeared out of nowhere, entering the primal core stage at the mere age of 18. Such natural talent aroused the enthusiasm of the Duan clan's higher-ups for a moment. That year, they looked forward to Duan Rafeng becoming a void prying stage expert and leading the Duan clan to a higher level. Now, with the lesson of Duan Rafeng, they didn't look forward to Duan Lingtian becoming a void prying stage expert, as they weren't willing to wait any longer. They only hoped to make Duan Lingtian enter a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Then the Duan clan would have the opportunity to obtain a void advancement pill. At that time, if a half-step void stage expert in the clan consumes it, the expert would be able to directly break through to the void prying stage. In this way, not only would they not repeat the same mistake as Duan Rafeng, they could also allow a void prying stage powerhouse to appear in the Duan clan within a short period of time. Patriarch, I agree with what the Grand Elder said. No matter what price we have to pay, we must make Duan Lingtian acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. We must make him join a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and strive for a void advancement pill for our Duan clan. I also agree with Great Elder. I agree too. When they thought of how a void prying stage expert might appear in the Duan clan because of this, the Duan clan elders present were extremely excited. Duan Ru Hong slightly frowned. He felt slightly disgusted by this decision. Since when did the Duan clan reach the point of needing to make use of a child? Grand Elder. Patriarch Duan Ruhua looked at Duan Zhen, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. It's not that our Duan clan hasn't thought of making Duan Lingtian return to acknowledge his ancestors, but he's always been unwilling. As far as I'm concerned, that child has inherited third brother's temper and will absolutely not easily change his mind. I've said it before, we can pay any price for this, so long as it's something the Duan clan can do. Duan Zhen's eyes were like a dazzling array of stars as he slowly spoke. Duan Ru secretly gasped when he heard this, as he could feel the weight of the Grand Elder's words. And it was at this moment that the servant girl that had just finished pouring tea for the Duan clan higher-ups in the audience hall left the audience hall and walked into a spacious courtyard. Within the courtyard, the fat woman's small eyes narrowed after she finished listening to the servant girl, and a cold light flashed within. My husband just died, and the Duan clan wants the murder of my son to return to acknowledge his ancestors? And they don't hesitate to pay any price to make him return? The fat woman's entire body trembled as she was enraged to the limit. I can't stay in this Duan clan any longer. That useless trash, Duan Roulet is dead as well, and I'm unable to take revenge for my son. Mother's home. I want to return to my mother's home. I'll take revenge for my son by myself. The fat woman packed herself up that night, and at dawn the next day, she hastily left the imperial city, Paladin Academy. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian had only just entered the entrance when he noticed that the students he encountered on the way were more or less all staring at him with peculiar gazes. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Looks like after the disturbance yesterday morning, he won't be able to have peace for a period of time. Fortunately, after a period of time, he would be temporarily leaving Paladin Academy and heading to the northwest border battlefield. When he passed by the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he noticed that not far away, there were 3 female students confronting each other. Accurately speaking, it was 2 female students who had joined forces to bully another female student. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the beautiful face of the lone and helpless female student. Although she couldn't be considered to be a beauty, her appearance could still be considered delicate. Originally, he didn't intend to interfere in this matter. I heard that you've made Duan Lingtian your idol, right? One of the 2 female students who had their backs facing Duan Lingtian waved the black whip in her hand as she used a condescending tone to ask the delicate female student. Tongli. Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice, and his eyes went cold. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Today, he could be considered to have completely experienced the meaning of these words. Duan Lingtian stopped his footsteps, his eyes slightly narrowed as he paid attention to the development of the matter. What's wrong with me making Duan Lingtian my idol? I just admire him and like him. What's wrong with that? Am I obstructing all of you? The delicate female student's face flushed red as she spoke. I don't care if you admire others, like others, or make others your idol. But Duan Lingtian is my absolutely irreconcilable enemy. Whoever dares to make him their idol is going against me. Tong Li. Tong Li's voice was incomparably cold and indifferent, as if she was suppressing the extreme rage in her heart. Little bitch, do you know Miss Li's identity? Miss Li is the cousin of the 5th prince. She's not someone a lowly commoner like you can offend. Quickly kneel down, kowtow, and apologize, then shout Duan Lingtian is a bastard 100 times. Perhaps Miss Li will be merciful and let you off. The female student beside Tong Li had her hands on her hips as she stretched out her hand to point at the delicate female student's nose as she intimidated her. You all. The delicate female student was angered to the point her breathing became hurried. What? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you still don't kneel down and shout, Duan Lingtian is a bastard, I'll immediately slap your face into pieces. Tong Li waved the black whip in her hand, as if it would swing out at any moment. The delicate female student's face turned pale as her body trembled slightly, but she still clenched her teeth, unwilling to submit. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he walked over. He finally couldn't continue watching. Although he didn't know this female student, she was bullied by Tong Li and her companion because of him after all. No matter what, since this matter was seen by her, she couldn't avoid getting involved. As Duan Lingtian approached, the delicate female student's eyes lit up, revealing a face of worship. 3 breaths have passed. Looks like you're still stubborn. Tong Li didn't notice the delicate female student's expression. Her gaze turned cold as the black whip in her hand danced, as if it had transformed into a black, venomous snake, biting towards the delicate female student. Because the delicate female student saw Duan Lingtian, she was slightly distracted and had no time to react to Tong Li's whip. Ah! In an instant, her expression changed as she was scared stiff as a wooden chicken, subconsciously closing her eyes. Very quickly, she felt a gust of wind blowing against her face. She originally thought that pain would follow, but who knew that following a paw sound, there was no more following. She opened her eyes and realized that there was an additional youth in purple in front of her. The youth in purple had his back facing her as he used his hand to catch the long whip that was thrown towards him. In an instant, her cheeks flushed red as she felt her heart beating faster. You! When Tong saw that someone dared to stop her from teaching others a lesson, her expression changed and was prepared to berate. But before she could open her mouth, she was completely stunned, because the person who stopped her was none other than that Duan Lingtian, whom she hated to the bone. What about me? Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he used his strength to snatch the black whip from Tong Li's hand. Miss Tong, I realize that as long as you don't flaunt your prowess for a day, you'll feel uncomfortable for a day. I wonder how this student has offended you? Tong Li's face was ashen as she shouted coldly, What has it got to do with you? What has it got to do with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as his gaze quickly moved from Tong Li to that female student beside Tong Li. Earlier, you told this student to kneel on the ground and shout 100 sentences? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly earlier. This female student's expression changed greatly. She dared to do that earlier because Tong Li was standing by her side to support her. But now, how could she dare to continue saying? What kind of joke was this? This Duan Lingtian had previously beaten Tong Li into a pig head right in front of her. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared to repeat what she said earlier, Duan Lingtian would definitely beat her into a pig head as well. I didn't say anything. The female student's face was deathly pale as her body trembled slightly as she lowered her head, not daring to meet Duan Lingtian's gaze. Weren't you quite awe-inspiring earlier? Duan Lingtian sneered as his eyes focused and shouted coldly, Kneel down! Duan Lingtian no longer treated this female student, who was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might as a woman. Don't you always ask people to kneel down? Now I'll make you kneel down. Chapter 191. At this moment, many students had gathered around to watch the show. In next to no time, these students all knew the sequence of events. For a moment, their gazes towards Tong Li and the female student kneeling on the ground were filled with disdain and rage, without the slightest trace of pity. Compared to these foxes who relied on the tiger's might to intimidate others, they were more sympathetic towards the weak, like the delicate female student. As far as they were concerned, Tong Li was similarly relying on the tiger's might to intimidate others. The tiger behind Tong Li was the fifth prince, Duan Lingtian. Tong Li's expression was incomparably unsightly, although she didn't care about the life and death of this follower by her side. But in the eyes of outsiders, this follower was one of hers. If a follower was humiliated, then she would naturally be humiliated as well. What? Miss Tong, do you have an objection to what I said? Duan Lingtian's icy cold eyes met with Tong Li's, causing Tong Li's gaze to flicker. She was extremely afraid that Duan Lingtian would once again beat her into a pig's head like last time. Humph. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly as he looked at the female student kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, Now shout Tong Li is a slut 100 times for me. I'll whip you for every time you shout one less time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused the gazes of the surrounding students to light up. Their gazes were filled with ridicule as they looked at the female student kneeling on the ground. As far as they were concerned, this female student was simply suffering the consequences of her own actions. The expression of the female student kneeling on the ground went grim as she raised her head to glance at Tong Li. When she noticed Tong Li was looking at her with a vicious gaze, she was terrified to the point her body trembled. But she still gritted her teeth and didn't dare shout out. Not shouting. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent, as if it came from the depths of hell, and a terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and enveloped the female student. Instantly, the female student felt as if she was in an azure field, and terror rose from the bottom of her heart as she hurriedly said, I'll shout, I'll shout. You dare. Tong Li's expression went grim. She never imagined that this follower would really dare to shout, and she raised her hand to slap the female student. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the black whip in Duan Lingtian's hand swung out and directly descended onto Tong Li's arm. Pa! Along with Tong Li's miserable shriek, a pitch-black bruise appeared on the arm that she had retracted her hand from. You! Tong Li glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Even though she had a bellyful of vicious words in her heart, she just didn't dare speak them out now. With 2 previous examples, she was very clear about the Duan Lingtian's temper. She knew that if she dared to say any more harsh words, this Duan Lingtian would definitely attack her. In order to avoid physical pain, she chose to endure. In the future, she would make Duan Lingtian pay for all of this. Tong Li is a slut! Tong Li is a slut! At this moment, the female student who was kneeling on the ground opened her mouth and started shouting again and again. After hearing this female student call him 20 to 30 times, Duan Lingtian yawned out of boredom. He looked at the delicate female student beside him and smiled. What's your name? The delicate female student's face was as red as an apple. She lowered her head and whispered, My name is Tangua. Tangua? This name suits you quite well. I'm going to the classroom. Help me keep an eye on this place. If she doesn't follow my instructions and shout 100 times, and if this Tong Li dares to play any tricks, you can come find me in the Star Mastermind Department's first-year classroom. Duan Lingtian handed the black whip in his hand to Tangua and smiled at her before leaving. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, Tangua's heart was somewhat agitated. Tong Li is a slut! Tong Li is a slut! The voices that came from beside her ear made Tong Li's expression extremely ugly. She coldly shouted, He's already gone. Why are you still shouting? Immediately, the voice of the female student who was kneeling on the ground stopped abruptly. She timidly looked at Tong Li. Miss Li, I didn't do it on purpose, really. That Duan Lingtian is too scary. You mean that if he's scary, then I'm not scary? Tong Li interrupted the female student's words. Her face sank and her eyes flashed with a sharp light. Before the female student could explain herself, she heard Tangua say with a flushed face, You've only shouted 41 times. There's still 59 more. Hurry up and shout. The female student who was kneeling on the ground trembled. Only now did she realize that even though Duan Lingtian had left, he still left behind such a spokesperson. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's threat just now, she sucked in a breath of cold air and continued to shout, Tong Li is a slut! Tong Li is a slut! Tong Li's expression changed. She angrily glared at Tangua. Little slut, do you not want to live anymore? Tangua clenched her teeth. Her timid gaze gradually became firm. If you have any objections, you can go find Duan Lingtian. He asked me to help him keep an eye on him. Since I've agreed, I'll definitely complete this task properly. You. Tong Li reached out her hand and pointed at Tangua's nose. She was so angry that her body started to tremble. Right now, she really wanted to strangle this woman to death. But when she thought of Duan Lingtian's words just now, she finally endured it. Humph! Tong Li coldly snorted. She turned around and left, but before she left, she didn't forget to threaten Tangua. You're called Tangua, right? I'll remember you. Tangua clenched her teeth. Her slightly wavering gaze became firm once again when she thought of what the youth told her before he left. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian trusted her so much, so she couldn't disappoint Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian, what happened in the morning was only a small episode. Tangua was also only a passerby in his life. A regular day passed by. At dusk, he, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Sun walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Just at this moment, a person walked out of a carriage that was parked outside as the coachman pulled open the carriage's curtain. Duan Lingtian frowned as he recognized the person. It was precisely the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong. He didn't have a good impression of Duan Ruhong. He still remembered that when Duan Lingxing intended to kill him at the Li clan in Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Ruhong only berated Duan Lingxing before leaving the matter unsettled. Duan Ruhong seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's hostile gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he said, "Can you come up and say a few words?" "You two leave first," Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before boarding the carriage. Within the carriage, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian sat opposite each other, and Duan Ruhong indifferently said, "Speak frankly if you have something to say. If you're persuading me to return to the Duan clan, then please keep your mouth shut. I, Duan Lingtian, won't easily change the things I, Duan Lingtian, have decided on." When he saw Duan Ruhong earlier, he guessed Duan Ruhong's objective this time. It was surely because he revealed a strength that caused others to mistakenly think he was at the origin core stage yesterday morning. So the Duan clan wanted him to return and acknowledge his ancestors. After all, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, an 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was an existence that was rarely seen. "Wait for me to finish speaking before making a decision." Duan Ruhong laughed bitterly. "Speak." Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. "It's like this. The Grand Elder, who is our Duan clan's previous generation's patriarch, said that so long as you're willing to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors and admit that you're a Duan clan disciple, our Duan clan will satisfy any condition of yours, so long as it's something our Duan clan is capable of doing." Duan Ruhong took a deep breath as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian frowned. "So good? Can agree to any condition of mine." However, Duan Lingtian understood that there was no free lunch in this world. The Duan clan is willing to pay so much. I presume they have some sort of scheme? I wonder what the Duan clan wants from me. Duan Ruhong glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and suddenly felt that this youth before him was much more astute than his third brother, Duan Rufeng, from all those years ago. The Duan clan does indeed have a request, and the objective is the Void Advancement Pill. Void Advancement Pill. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He who had merged with the memories of the Samsara Emperor, who naturally knew what the Void Advancement Pill was. The Void Advancement Pill was a grade 5 medicinal pill that was capable of assisting a half-step void stage martial artist to draw down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation within a short period of time, and after overcoming the tribulation, the martial artist would step into the void prying stage. Normally speaking, only martial artists with natural talent that was difficult to break through to the void prying stage would consume the void prying pill. Because once one consumed the void advancement pill and forcefully drew down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it would leave behind extremely obvious aftereffects. A martial artist that used the void advancement pill to forcefully break through to the void prying stage would at most be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the void prying stage in their entire lifetime, and would be unable to break through any further. It could be said that once one consumed the void advancement pill, it was equivalent to destroying one's future. At the very least, Duan Lingtian wouldn't consume the void advancement pill even if he was beaten to death. However, to the group of half-step void stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, if they didn't possess the void advancement pill, then more than 90% of them would be unable to break through to the void prying stage in their entire lifetime. So, the void advancement pill was their only choice. They would utterly not care about the aftereffects caused by the void advancement pill. Even if it's only at the 9th level of the void prying stage, it's sufficient to run amok in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even that void prying stage expert of the imperial family probably hasn't attained the 9th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Duan Ruhong was shocked in his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian pondering. Could it be that this little fellow knows what the void advancement pill is? After all, although the void advancement pill couldn't be considered to be a secret, It wasn't something that anyone could know about. Void Advancement Pill. The Duan clan is truly scheming. Duan Lingtian sneered. However, why does the Duan clan think that I'll be able to bring them the Void Advancement Pill? Duan Ruhong's heart trembled. This little fellow really does know about the Void Advancement Pill. According to the Grand Elder's intentions, it's to let you enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. With your natural talent, you'll surely be able to make the higher-ups of the top sects think highly of you. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for you to ask for a Void Advancement Pill for the Duan clan. Enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Looks like the Duan clan has already remembered it well. Chapter 192. How about it? Have you considered it? Duan Ruhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with an expression of anticipation. If it was in the past, he would never have imagined that there would be a day when he would speak humbly before this nephew of his. However, Duan Lingtian had the qualifications now. After all, not everyone was able to possess a cultivation at the origin core stage at the age of 18. Although he felt that the clan using Duan Lingtian like this wasn't appropriate. But with a quick thought, if a void prying stage expert was able to appear in the Duan clan because of this, then he would undoubtedly be able to witness the moment the Duan clan walked towards glory. As a Duan clan disciple, he looked forward to the appearance of that moment. You can really agree to any condition of mine? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at Duan Ruhong as he asked to confirm once again. So long as it's within the Duan clan's ability, we can agree to anything. Duan Ruhong's expression turned serious as he spoke. Even if I want you to die. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he suddenly asked. Duan Ruhong was stunned, but he still nodded in all seriousness. If I die, then I can exchange it for your return to the Duan clan. The clan doesn't have to make a move. I'll end myself. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Duan Ruhong. As the saying goes, a person's eyes are the window to their heart. A person's mouth can deceive others, but their eyes can't deceive others. Now, Duan Lingtian couldn't see a trace of hypocrisy in Duan Ruhong's eyes. This also showed that what he said was from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The people of this world have really been thoroughly brainwashed. I'm just joking. Although I don't really approve of you, it hasn't reached the point of wanting your life. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. There was no deep enmity between him and Duan Ruhong. Duan Ruhong heaved a sigh of relief. He really thought that Duan Lingtian wanted his life. However, if Duan Lingtian really wanted his life, then for the sake of the Duan clan's future, he would absolutely not live for a moment longer. Then do you agree now? Duan Ruhong asked again. When he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, he suddenly felt that there was hope. As long as the Duan clan can keep their promise, so what if I return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors? In this way, one of my mother's wishes has been fulfilled. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he mumbled to himself. The Duan clan was undoubtedly a clan that placed benefits above everything else. Because he had value, they would give up everything for him. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, since it was like this, why not make good use of the Duan clan? Presently, no matter which aspect he was in, he was still in the initial stage. If he really had the assistance of the Duan clan, then many problems would be easily solved. Moreover, this way, he could curry favor with his mother. Why wouldn't he do it? As for the Void Advancement Pill that the Duan clan wanted, that was a matter for the future. There was no need to think about it now. Duan Ruhong had a delighted expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. Then when do you and your mother intend to arrive at the Duan clan? I can ask the patriarch to prepare a large courtyard for you. It will definitely be more comfortable than living outside. There's no need. We're living very well outside. Even if I really return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors and admit that I'm a member of the Duan clan, I still won't return to the Duan clan estate. I'll tell you this first. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and as he finished speaking, his expression became slightly serious. Duan Ruhong lightly smiled. This is naturally not a problem. Not all the direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan lived in the Duan clan estate, and many of them had their own residences outside. Just like him, he had a residence outside as well. As for when my mother and I will return to the Duan clan, the day after tomorrow, it just so happens that I don't have to go to class for the next 2 days. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before giving Duan Ruhong an answer. All right, I'll send someone to pick you up at that time. Duan Ruhong's face revealed a smile. There's no need, we'll go over ourselves. At that time, don't let anyone refuse us outside the door. Duan Lingtian refused Duan Ruhong's good intentions, then stood up and directly got out of the carriage. This impetuous character is no different from third brother all those years ago. Looks like that matter from over 2 years ago has always caused him to take it to heart, and he's still so hostile towards me even now. However, since he agreed to return to acknowledge his ancestors, I can be considered to have smoothly completed my mission this time. Duan Ruhong muttered to himself as he shook his head and smiled. After Duan Lingtian returned home, he told his mother, Li Ro, about returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors. Tian, why did you suddenly change your mind? Although Li Ro was slightly surprised and pleasantly surprised, she still had doubts in her heart. She knew her son's character very well, and once he decided on something, he wouldn't easily change his mind. I've thought about it recently and figured it out. The blood of the Duan clan's direct descendant flows in my body after all, and it's impossible for me to not return to the Duan clan for my entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian spoke nonsense, so he naturally wouldn't speak of the truth of the matter. Otherwise, his mother would surely think too much again. Mother knows that the matter is surely not so simple. However, since you're willing to return to acknowledge your ancestors, it can be considered to have resolved one of Mother's worries. If you're unwilling to speak of other matters, then Mother won't force you. Li Ro glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as if she could see through his heart. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, and only now did he remember that his mother wasn't so easy to fool. The next day, Duan Lingtian, who didn't have to go to Paladin Academy, obediently stayed at home and accompanied the 2 little girls at home for an entire day. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, Duan Lingtian asked Xiongquan to prepare a carriage, and he headed towards the Duan clan estate with his mother, Li Ro. Duan Lingtian didn't bring along the 2 little girls at home. To him, going to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors today was only a formality, and he would return very quickly. The Duan clan estate occupied a vast area, as if it was a city within a city. On the way, Mother, you seem to be slightly nervous. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro and smiled. You child, you actually dare to make fun of Mother. Mother is only slightly moved. You're already so old now. In other words, I've already left the Duan clan for many years. Li Ro's gaze was misty, as if she'd returned to the happy days before her husband went missing. In next to no time, the carriage under Xiongquan's control stopped before the entrance of the Duan clan estate. It's quite a show of extravagance. Duan Lingtian could vaguely see through the carriage window that a red carpet was laid out before the entrance of the Duan clan estate, and both sides of the red carpet were filled with servants and maids. Li Ro was slightly dumbstruck when she saw this scene. She suddenly realized that her son's decision to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors was probably not so simple. Young master, madam, we've arrived. Xiongquan's respectful voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian was the first to get off the carriage. Then he respectfully helped his mother down before supporting his mother to walk up the red carpet outside the Duan clan estate. Greetings, young master Lingtian, Greetings, madam." Meanwhile, the servants and maids on both sides of the red carpet respectfully bowed to the mother and son pair. Duan Lingtian raised his head and was able to see that the group of people that were originally standing at the entrance of the Duan clan had come over to greet them. These people were led by a dignified middle-aged man and a dignified old man, and his fourth uncle, Duan Ruhong, followed behind them. Duan Lingtian supported his mother to greet them. Patriarch, big brother. Li Ro looked at the dignified old man in the lead and bowed respectfully. Then she looked at the dignified middle-aged man and lightly smiled as she greeted. Ru Feng's wife. I'm no longer the Duan clan's patriarch. Ru Hua is the patriarch. As for me, I'm now the Duan clan's grand elder. The dignified old man lightly smiled, and his tone was extremely courteous to Li Ro as well. He's the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, Duanzhen? Duan Lingtian looked at the dignified old man and thought in his heart as he guessed the old man's identity. Li Ro shook her head and smiled. I've left for almost 20 years. I never imagined that the patriarch had already retired to the second line, and Big Brother has already become the patriarch. Tian, why aren't you greeting them? Li Ro's beautiful brows frowned as she spoke to Duan Lingtian, who was by her side. Greetings, patriarch grand elder. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Duan Ruhua and Duan Zhen. As expected of Ru Feng's son, he looks extremely similar to Ru Feng from all those years ago. Good, very good. Duan Zhen looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a treasure, and his eyes emitted light. Yeah, in the blink of an eye, the baby from all those years ago has already grown so big. Duan Ruhua nodded as well and lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, the group of Duan clan elders came up to greet Duan Lingtian and his mother. These Duan clan elders now faced Duan Lingtian and his mother with smiling faces, and they didn't dare slight them in the slightest. Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart when he saw this scene. Truly snobbish. That year his mother, a woman, took him, who was in his infancy, and left the Duan clan. No one stopped them, and they allowed the widow and her to wander outside. Now that they knew that he might be able to obtain a void advancement pill for the Duan clan, all of them were like flies that stuck to him. Duan Lingtian only felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Before long, under the direction of Patriarch Duan Ruhua, Duan Lingtian completed the acknowledgement of his ancestors within the Duan clan's ancestral hall and returned to the Duan clan once again. Little Tian, feel free to tell Uncle if you need anything in the future. After everything was completed, Duan Ruhua said to Duan Lingtian, Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. Also, you don't have to worry about the matter of the Su clan. The clan will help you deal with it. Duan Ruhua then said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered. This patriarch was a smart person. He knew that his mother was present, so he didn't mention the conflict between him and the Su clan in detail. However, even so, Li Ro was still suspicious. Tian, what happened between you and the Su clan? On the carriage, Li Ro curiously asked. Mom, it's nothing. A Su clan direct descendant provoked me in the academy and was injured by me. Duan Lingtian casually said. Li Ro nodded, as this wasn't a big deal. Chapter 193. Hey, brother, have you heard? That Duan Lingtian that gave rise to much discussion a while ago has already broken through to the origin core stage. I've heard of this news a few days ago. I have a distant cousin, and he's in Paladin Academy. Sorry for my disrespect. Brother, you're actually the cousin of a Paladin Academy student. You're welcome. Then, brother, do you know that Duan Lingtian has already returned to the Duan clan early this morning? There's such a thing. I have a distant cousin who's a servant girl in the Duan clan. Supposedly it's a grand occasion. Didn't that Duan Lingtian refuse to return to the Duan clan in the past? That's old history. Let's not mention it. In a restaurant in the inner city of the imperial city, two young men chatted and became familiar with each other. And now, similar conversations were playing out in the inner city of the imperial city. Duan Lingtian stepped into the Origin core stage at the age of 18 and was the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in Paladin Academy. Now he had the title of a direct descendant of the Duan clan. In the eyes of the people in the imperial city, Duan Lingtian was enough to be called a favored child of heaven, and his limelight even surpassed that of Duan Rafong from all those years ago. Su clan estate. In the spacious courtyard, the old man raised his hand, and the stone table in the courtyard shattered with a bang and fell to the ground. Grandfather, what happened? A young man with a slightly sickly pale face walked out of the room and looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Tong, why did you come out? Your injuries haven't healed, so you need to rest more. A trace of guilt flashed within the old man's eyes when he saw the young man. Grandpa, did something happen? Su Tong's face sank. Flowing light spun within the old man's eyes as he forced a smile. Nothing happened, don't think too much. Grand Elder. Right at this moment, the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, paid a visit. He walked into the courtyard and looked at the old man, the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Patriarch. Su Nan and Su Tong hurriedly bowed to Su Boya. Grand Elder, I presume you've heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, right? Su Boya looked at Su Nan and said slowly. Su Nan's face sank as he nodded. What? Su Tong's face went pale. That Duan Lingtian actually returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors? At this moment, he felt as if the sun and moon had lost their light, and all he could see was darkness. 2 days ago, he'd heard the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the Origin core stage. And at the same time that he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's peerless natural talent in the martial Dao, his heart was filled with resentment. He wished he could cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. However, in his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian's martial arts talent was strong, he did not have a strong background. If his grandfather wanted to avenge him, it would not be difficult. But now, the news of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue, striking Su Tong to the point he was unable to catch his breath. An 18-year-old Origin core stage martial artist was nothing. If he couldn't grow up, then everything was useless. But once this 18-year-old Origin core stage martial artist was branded with the Duan clan's brand, it would undoubtedly be an additional layer of life-saving talisman. The Duan clan would absolutely not allow anything to happen to a genius martial artist like Duan Lingtian. Grand Elder, the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, has already personally discussed the matter of Su Tong with me. He's willing to give up a restaurant under the Duan clan's control in the outer city to our Su clan. That restaurant will be handed over to you in the future. How about it? Su Boya looked at Su Nan as he slowly spoke. Patriarch, what does Duan Ruhua mean? Does he want us to put down the enmity between us and Duan Lingtian? Su Nan's face sank as he roared. Grand Elder. Su Boya frowned, and his voice became slightly colder. He was the patriarch of a clan at any rate, and this Grand Elder actually dared to make a fuss in front of him. Where would he put his face? Patriarch. Su Nan reacted and said apologetically, I was only angry earlier. I hope Patriarch can forgive me. Humph. Su Boya's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Su Nan. Grand Elder, besides informing your family to take over that restaurant, I also want to remind you of something. At the very least, don't look for trouble with that Duan Lingtian in the future. Otherwise, even if something were to happen to your family because of this, the clan wouldn't stand up for you. What? Su Nan's face went pale, and Su Tong, who was beside Su Nan, had a face full of resentment. The last sentence the patriarch said was undoubtedly expressing the Su clan's stand. What he meant was that if their family dared to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, then they would be isolated from the Sioux clan. Patriarch, our family is a direct line of descent at any rate. You want to isolate our family for a Duan Lingtian? I wonder if this is the patriarch's idea or the clan's idea. Su Nan's face was gloomy, and as he finished speaking, his tone faintly contained traces of questioning. Presumptuous. Su Bo Ye's face went pale. Grand Elder, you actually dare go against your superiors. Right at this moment, another group of people surged in from outside the courtyard, and it was precisely the group of Sioux clan elders. All of you. A bad premonition arose within Su Nan's heart when he saw so many people appear at this moment. Grand Elder, you must not misunderstand the Patriarch. What the Patriarch said earlier was something that we unanimously approved of. The corners of the Sioux clan's second elder's mouth curled into a cold smile. Su Nan's face sank, and his gaze flashed past the faces of the Sioux clan elders one by one. Then he said in a low voice, "What the Duan clan paid for my grandson shouldn't be as simple as a restaurant, right?" "Exactly. The restaurant in the outer city is only the compensation that the Duan clan gave to your bloodline. What the Duan clan gave to our Sioux clan as compensation is a recommendation quota to Paladin Academy every year. In other words, the Duan clan will give one of their 5 recommendation quotas to our Sioux clan. In this way, our Sioux clan will be the same as the Duan clan and have 4 recommendation quotas every year." The second elder didn't deny it and spoke directly. "The Duan clan is really generous." Su Nan's face sank and went pale, and he finally understood what was going on. "Patriarch, elders, if there's nothing else, then Su Nan won't be entertaining you." Su Nan took a deep breath, and his tone contained an intention to keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles. He understood that what was done couldn't be undone, and this matter was already not something that he could change. Su Bo Ye's brows raised as he shook his head. Then he left with the group of Sioux clan elders. "No, I can't accept this. Grandfather, I can't accept this." Su Tong's face was pale, and his hands held onto his head, clutching his hair until it was a mess. He ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was real. "Pooh!" Meanwhile, Su Nan's face flushed red, and he forcefully spat out a mouthful of congested blood. This was from being angered by the Sioux clan higher-ups. "Tong, don't worry. Even if I have to give up our bloodline, Grandfather will take revenge for you. You're the only descendant of our bloodline. And now that you've been destroyed, our bloodline no longer has any future to speak of." Su Nan's eyes flickered with cold lights, and his face was filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. Within the audience hall of the 5th Prince's estate, after hearing the report of the white-browed old man, the 5th Prince's face gradually became gloomy. Didn't that Duan Lingtian have a backbone? To a clan that abandoned him so many years ago, he's going back so easily? The 5th Prince's eyes focused, as the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was slightly out of his expectations. "Your Highness, I'm guessing that the Duan clan saw that Duan Lingtian broke through to the origin core stage at the age of 18 and thought highly of Duan Lingtian's future, so they made such a heavy promise to move Duan Lingtian's heart." The white-browed old man slowly spoke. "Humph. To think that I thought he was a tough nut to crack at the beginning." The 5th Prince's voice was filled with disdain. "Cousin." Right at this moment, a red figure flashed into the audience hall. The icy coldness on the 5th Prince's face instantly melted, and he lightly smiled. "Girl, you're in such a hurry. Is something the matter?" The person that entered was precisely Tong Li. Tong Li's face sank. "Cousin, I heard that Duan Lingtian has returned to the Duan clan. Is this true?" "Yes, I only found out about it from Old Bai." The 5th Prince nodded. "Then, does this mean that I can't take revenge?" Tong Li's eyes emitted traces of unwillingness, and she had a face full of unwillingness. Li, don't worry. Even if that Duan Lingtian has the support of the Duan clan, I won't let him off. But I need to consider this matter at length. The fifth prince continued. Didn't you say that there was a female student bullying you at Paladin Academy the day before yesterday? I'll ask Old Bai to send a few people to you to deal with her. Tong Li's eyes lit up. Thank you, cousin. In the spacious backyard of the house, Duan Lingtian was comfortably lying on a recliner with his eyes closed as he basked in the sun. Li Fei, who had an angelic face and a devilish figure, was sitting at the side and helping him massage his legs. Little Fei, a little higher. Right there. Oh, comfortable. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Young master, open your mouth. Kerr, who was gentle like water, sat on the other side of Duan Lingtian as she sent peeled grapes into Duan Lingtian's mouth. Duan Lingtian ate the grapes as he enjoyed the massage, and his entire body felt comfortable. His days were simply more comfortable than those of a celestial being. Young master, was it fun when you went to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors this morning? Kerr asked with a tone that had a trace of curiosity mixed within. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes when he heard this, and when he noticed that Li Fei had looked over as well, he lightly smiled. What's so fun about it? It's only a formality. I think Aunt Ro is rather happy. Li Fei smiled. Of course, Mother has been looking forward to this day for who knows how long. This time, it can be considered to have fulfilled Mother's wishes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Besides paving the way for himself, there was another reason for this matter this time, and that was for his mother. Otherwise, even if the Duan clan's patriarch personally came to ask, Duan Lingtian might not be willing to return to the Duan clan. Chapter 194. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian walked out of his house and headed towards Paladin Academy. 2 days of vacation have passed so quickly. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he slowly walked into Paladin Academy. At this time, he could still sense many gazes focused on him, but he was already used to it and directly ignored it. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed that the gazes of the crowd of students in the classroom had uniformly descended onto him. Duan Lingtian, congratulations! Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations for what? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was unable to react. What else could it be? Naturally, it's congratulations on returning to the Duan clan and once again becoming a member of the Duan clan's direct line of descent. Xiao Yu added. He was happy for Duan Lingtian as well. After all, the situation that Duan Lingtian faced before this caused even their hearts to tremble. The fifth prince and the Su clan weren't easy to deal with, and now Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan. With Duan Lingtian's monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao, he would surely receive double the attention of the Duan clan. As far as he was concerned, even the fifth prince and the Su clan wouldn't dare act rashly now. So it's about this. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't feel that this could be considered a happy occasion. However, he was able to see through Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's thoughts, and a trace of warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. These are the friends of I, Duan Lingtian. The time of the morning quickly passed. At noon, after class, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 headed to the cafeteria as usual. Just as they arrived outside the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stopped in their tracks. It wasn't because of anything else, but because there was a person blocking their path. It was a female student. Her appearance was ordinary and her figure was round. But at this moment, what caused Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to be stunned was that this female student's face had an expression of resentment. It was as if someone had wronged her. "Student, what are you doing?" Xiao Sun's face was full of doubt as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu with a strange gaze. His heart moved. It can't be that these two fellows secretly owed a romantic debt, right? No, their taste shouldn't be so unique. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu's expressions were the same as Xiao Sun's, and even their thoughts were the same. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the female student spoke, and her tone carried a trace of grief and indignation. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu dubiously swept a glance at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, "You really do have a heavy taste." "I don't know her." Duan Lingtian glared at the two of them. He naturally knew what these two filthy guys were thinking. "That's right. You don't know me." The female student took a deep breath and said with a look of grief and indignation, "Then you should know Tanggua, right?" "Tanggua?" Duan Lingtian frowned. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. "Hee." The female student had a mocking expression. "It's only been 2 days, and you've already forgotten her? To think that she endured the pressure and persevered to complete the task you entrusted to her. I really feel bad for Tanggua. Just to help you, she actually threw away her life." Duan Lingtian recalled something when the female student was halfway through her sentence. Tanggua was the female student with a delicate face from last time. At that time, Tanggua was being bullied by Tongli, and he helped Tanggua. Later, he even gave Tongli a show of strength, making the female student beside Tongli kneel on the ground and shout, "Tongli is a slut." In the end, he felt bored and left first. Before leaving, he asked Tanggua to help monitor the female student until she shouted it 100 times. Now, after hearing the female student's grief and indignation, Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. "What did you say? Tanggua died?" Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and a terrifying killing intent extended from his body. The female student was so scared that her face was deathly pale. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "Yes." "What the hell happened?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. His expression was as heavy as water. "It's like this. Yesterday was the holidays, so Tanggua and I went out for a stroll. But halfway, Tong Li brought people to capture us and brought us into a remote alley. Tangua's hands were first chopped off by Tong Li, then her legs were chopped off. After that, Tong Li splashed water on Tanggua, who had fainted, to wake her up. She tortured Tanggua for half an hour and tortured Tanggua to death." The female student's face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with fear. She was scared silly yesterday. Even after returning to Paladin Academy, she was still in a daze and didn't sleep for an entire night. Duan Lingtian's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect that one of his decisions would actually ruin Tangua's life. A trace of regret arose in his heart. He shouldn't have asked Tanggua to help him. Otherwise, Tong Li wouldn't have transferred her rage onto her. "Tong Li?" Duan Lingtian's eyes were crimson red, and the killing intent on his body swept out without holding back. Instantly, with Duan Lingtian as the center, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but retreat, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with a terrified expression. As for the female student, she'd long since been scared to the point of retreating into the distance. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had worried expressions. Although they didn't know who that Tanggua was, they guessed that Duan Lingtian and that Tanggua ought to have some sort of relationship. And now that Tanggua was killed by Tong Li, Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a crimson red color, and his entire body stood there as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura. At this moment, many students surrounded them. "Isn't that Duan Lingtian? He seems to be very furious. Isn't that female student Tangua's friend? Looks like Duan Lingtian is angry because of Tanggua. Who's Tanggua?" The crowd of students that surrounded them discussed animatedly, and there was no lack of people that knew the ins and outs of the matter. "So in that case, Tanggua left yesterday and never returned? There's a 90% chance she was killed by Tong Li's revenge." Some of the students secretly guessed, and traces of coldness arose in their hearts. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xin finally understood the ins and outs of the matter from the discussions of these people. So that's how it was. They finally understood why Duan Lingtian was so angry. Who knows where Tong Li is right now? Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes swept over the crowd of students present, and his voice was cold and indifferent, mixed with a breathtaking coldness. At this instant, the students present felt a chill run down their backs, and their hearts went cold. Duan Lingtian, what happened? Right at this moment, Tian, who arrived as well, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. Very quickly, Tian, who also found out the ins and outs of the matter from Xiao Sun, and he flew into a rage. That Tong Li is simply a crazy woman. No, she's simply worse than a beast. How painful that Tang Guo must have been before she died. At this moment, the expressions of the surrounding crowd of students changed one after another. When Xiao Sun narrated the ins and outs of the matter to Tian, who he didn't intentionally suppress his voice, so practically everyone present heard it, Tang Guo was actually tortured to death by 1,000 cuts by that Tong Li. Many of the surrounding female students had pale faces. Some of the female students that had just finished eating and walked out of the cafeteria even vomited out all the food they had just eaten. If I see that crazy woman, Tong Li, I don't care if she's the cousin of the 5th prince. I'll slap her a few times first. Tian, whose expression was unsightly as he was filled with righteous indignation. Although Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu didn't speak, their eyes also revealed traces of coldness. That Tong Li was too vicious. Who said he's going to slap me? Right at this moment, an indifferent woman's voice sounded out from behind the surrounding crowd of spectators. The crowd moved aside to form a path. Tong Li, who was dressed in red, could be vaguely seen walking over shoulder to shoulder with a young man around the age of 25. The young man was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. On his waist hung a sheathed, curved saber, and his body faintly emitted a murderous aura. Obviously, he had received special training. Isn't this Xue Lang? Many students couldn't help but exclaim in low voices when they saw this young man. Xue Lang. Tian, whose face went grim, as he never imagined that Tong Li would walk together with this Xue Lang. Xue Lang, Paladin Academy's 6th-year student, 2nd-level origin course stage martial artist. In terms of natural talent, this Xue Lang was only slightly inferior to Su Tong, whose Dantian was crippled by Duan Lingtian. Tian, who calmed down in his heart when he thought of Su Tong. Duan Lingtian wasn't even afraid of Su Tong and directly crippled him. Would he be afraid of this Xue Lang? Tong Li. Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes descended onto Tong Li, and a terrifying killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body to envelop Tong Li. The face of Tong Li, who was still holding her head high a moment ago, instantly went ghastly pale, and her body even shivered. Humph. Whereas Xue Lang, who stood by Tong Li's side, instead snorted coldly and stood before Tong Li, blocking the killing intent that covered the sky for Tong Li. Replacing Tong Li and being enveloped by the killing intent caused Xue Lang's pupils to constrict. What terrifying killing intent! You're Duan Lingtian. Xue Lang's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. F***K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted cold lights when he saw Xue Lang stand out, and he shouted coldly, "You asked me to F***K off." When Xue Lang heard Duan Lingtian's words, it was as if he'd heard an enormous joke. Duan Lingtian, I know that your natural talent in the martial Dao is formidable, and now that you've returned to the Duan clan, you're valued highly by the Duan clan. But even so, there are some people in the imperial city that you can't afford to offend. As he finished speaking, Xue Lang's face was filled with arrogance and complacency. Is that so? Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Xue Lang. I don't know about others, but you, Duan Lingtian, don't take you seriously. Being provoked by Duan Lingtian in public caused Xue Lang's face to go pale. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Tong Li, who stood behind Xue Lang, spoke out with a voice that contained a trace of icy coldness. Big Brother Xue Lang is the only son of the Imperial City's City Guard Army Commander, Lord Xue Lu. Not to mention you. Even your Duan clan's patriarch has to treat Big Brother Xue Lang's father with respect. Is that so? Chapter 195. Although Duan Lingtian was laughing now, the people present were able to feel the boundless rage contained within Duan Lingtian's laughter. Exactly. Big Brother Xue Lang is my backer. How about it? Scared? Tong Li replied coldly. At this moment, she wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Xue Lang was introduced to her by her cousin, the fifth prince, yesterday. His purpose was to allow her to have a backer in Paladin Academy and be able to be fearless of this Duan Lingtian. And Xue Lang indeed didn't disappoint her. Every time she mentioned Duan Lingtian, Xue Lang had a face full of disdain and didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. This caused her to feel that her backer was very strong and was absolutely not someone that Duan Lingtian could shake. Looks like, Miss Tong, you're going to learn your lesson this time. Duan Lingtian's crimson, red eyes abruptly went cold. Duan Lingtian, I know you've broken through to the Origin Core Stage now, but so what if you've broken through to the Origin Core Stage? Big Brother Xue Lang is a second-level Origin Core Stage expert. Tong Li grunted, and her words were filled with extreme disdain towards Duan Lingtian. When Xue Lang heard what Tong Li said, his originally arrogant expression became even more arrogant, and his eyes looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Little that you've beaten her before? Exactly. Duan Lingtian's eyes went slightly cold, and the gaze he looked at Xue Lang didn't carry any emotion. When Xue Lang heard Duan Lingtian's casual reply, he couldn't maintain his composure and berated. Kneel down now and kowtow to Little in apology. Perhaps I'll give face to the Duan clan and not pursue the matter. Otherwise, even if you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan, I'll still properly teach you how to conduct yourself today. Kowtow and apologize? Are you sure? Duan Lingtian's voice sank, and instantly the air seemed to be affected by him and became slightly colder. Kneel down. Xue Lang glared at him and shouted coldly. At the same time, origin energy slowly effused out from Xue Lang's right hand, coiling and flashing. It was as if he could attack Duan Lingtian at any time. So what if I don't? Duan Lingtian revealed a mocking expression as he glanced at Xue Lang with disdain, making people kneel at every turn. Does this Xue Lang really think that he's the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Not to mention a mere Xue Lang. Even if the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom personally came, it would still be impossible for him to make Duan Lingtian kneel. Not kneeling? Then I can only help the Duan clan teach you how to conduct yourself properly. Xue Lang sneered and took a step forward. I'll give you one more chance. Get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, even if you're the son of the city guard commander, I won't show you any mercy. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with a cold light as he stared at Xue Lang. If this Xue Lang doesn't know how to retreat in the face of difficulties, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Tang Guo's death caused the flames of rage in Duan Lingtian's heart to burn and accumulate to the limit. Now, it was already showing signs of being unable to be suppressed. He was ready to erupt at any moment. If this Xue Lang really wanted to bump into the muzzle of a gun, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Let me see how you'll show no mercy. The sneer on Xue Lang's face grew even deeper, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with disdain. Big Brother Xue Lang, I want him dead. Tong Li's voice sounded out in a timely manner, as if transforming into a fuse. Instantly, Xue Lang's spirits rose, and his gaze went cold. His figure flashed out as if transforming into a rock as he swooped down, flashing directly towards Duan Lingtian. He had the intention to show off in front of Tongli, so he used his full strength the moment he attacked. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and along with his figure, they dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. Idiot! When faced with the menacing Xue Lang, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his hand moved past his waist as the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out. Blood crescent inscription. Instantly, a bloody light flashed out from the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword. The bloody light condensed into form, and in the end, transformed into a blood moon that moved to greet Xue Lang. OM! The speed of the blood moon was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived before Xue Lang. No. Xue Lang's face that was originally covered in a sneer instantly turned ghastly pale, and his pupils constricted as he shouted out in shock. At this moment, he'd noticed that the energy contained within this blood moon was absolutely not something he could go against. This was the energy of an inscription, and it caused his heart to palpitate and feel terrified. It's an offensive inscription. Some students with sharp gazes couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Pooh! A blood moon rose into the sky and flashed out, and like cutting through tofu, it pierced into Xue Lang's dantian and directly twisted into it. AH! Accompanied by a shrill and miserable cry that caused one's heart to palpitate, Xue Lang's body that was charging forward trembled in the sky before falling straight down. Bang! Dust suffused the air. Xue Lang, who was still overbearing a moment ago, instantly seemed to have become a dead dog, lying there as he gasped for breath. He struggled to withdraw a gold injury pill and consumed it, and his expression eased up slightly. However, when he tried to sense the origin energy within his dantian, he instead noticed that his dantian was completely empty. My dantian is destroyed. Xue Lang's pupils constricted, and he had an agitated expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted out coldly, Duan Lingtian, you actually crippled my dantian. You actually crippled my dantian. You're dead, you're dead. Then I'll wait and see. When faced with Xue Lang's threat, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm, as if what happened earlier wasn't worth mentioning in the slightest. At this moment, the surrounding crowd of students were deathly silent. After a short moment, they started to clamor. Oh my God! Duan Lingtian actually directly crippled Xue Lang's dantian. With his dantian crippled, Xue Lang's life can be considered to be completely ruined. Forcefully standing up for a woman like this and ruining his life, was it worth it? I never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually possessed such a terrifying inscription. Before that inscription, an origin core martial artist would be like paper. All the students were dumbstruck. Xue Lang, a year 6 student, an existence at the second level of the origin core stage, was crippled by Duan Lingtian, a year 1 student, just like that. As expected. Compared to the shock of these students, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who seemed to have long since guessed this scene, they remembered that the third-level origin core stage martial artist Su Tong, who was once the number 1 person in the Su clan's younger generation, had his dantian crippled by Duan Lingtian like this. At that time, Duan Lingtian used the same type of inscription. The scene before them was extremely similar to the scene from that day. They believed that if Su Tong's incident wasn't suppressed by Paladin Academy, and instead spread throughout Paladin Academy, today, Xue Lang absolutely wouldn't dare be so arrogant before Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, Xue Lang's actions were simply courting death. No. Impossible. How could this be possible? Tong Li looked at Xue Lang, who was ceaselessly rolling on the ground in pain, and was dumbstruck for a moment, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Xue Lang was a second-level origin core stage martial artist. It was her cousin who found a backer for her. She didn't care about Xue Lang's life or death. What she cared about was that after Xue Lang fell, there would be no one to stand in front of her and block Duan Lingtian for her. Tong Li's face was ghastly pale as she started to retreat. Now, she only hoped to be able to leave this place of trouble before Duan Lingtian reacted. "What, Miss Tong, this Xue Lang fell to such an end because he stood up for you, and you intend to run away by yourself." Tong Li's small actions were naturally noticed by Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he spoke with a mocking tone. As expected, what Duan Lingtian said caused a stir amongst the crowd of spectating students. Xue Lang is too pitiful. His dantian was crippled because of Tong Li, yet not only does Tong Li not care, she even wants to abandon Xue Lang and flee. Actually, it's not strange. This Tong Li being able to be so ruthless towards Tanghua is sufficient to show that her heart is venomous. How could she possibly care about the life or death of another? Even I feel it wasn't worth it for Xue Lang. A woman like this should be taught a lesson by Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tong Li's body froze, and she knew that she couldn't avoid it today. Now, the surrounding discussions caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Ha! Ha! Xue Lang heard the surrounding discussions and struggled to raise his head to glance at Tong Li. When he noticed that Tong Li really intended to flee, he suddenly started laughing loudly as if he'd gone mad, and he spat out blood as he laughed. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he fainted. Obviously, he was extremely angry. "Duan Lingtian, if you dare touch me, my cousin brother will surely tear you into pieces. If you're sensible, then let me leave. Perhaps I'll plead with my cousin to leave your corpse intact." Tong Li looked at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that her eyes revealed terror, she didn't forget to threaten Duan Lingtian. "Is that so?" Duan Lingtian walked out in large strides towards Tong Li, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. "You, don't come over." Tong Li took 2 steps back and was slightly panicked. At the same time, a middle-aged man and an old man stood in the pavilion of the cafeteria, and they were looking at the scene outside the cafeteria from afar. "Dean, if we still don't stop her, then this Tong Li will probably not have a good end." The person that spoke now was precisely the gray-clothed old man, and also the vice dean of Paladin Academy, Zhan Xiong. Zhan Xiong was extremely respectful and reverent to the middle-aged man beside him. In Paladin Academy, only the elusive dean of Paladin Academy was able to make Zhan Xiong treat him so respectfully and even address him as the dean. "Do you think it's useful for us to stop her?" With the hatred Duan Lingtian displayed now, even if we were able to stop her in the previous moment, he'd probably make a move in the next moment. Could it be that we can still follow by Tong Li's side and protect her at all times? The middle-aged man shook his head with a carefree expression. "Moreover, you've heard of Tong Li's actions earlier as well. No matter what, that Tanghua was a student of my Paladin Academy. Yet she actually cruelly killed her. It's simply infuriating." Chapter 196. Slap, 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 slap. Duan Lingtian walked up to Tong Li with a cold and indifferent expression, and just like the last 2 times, he raised his hand and slapped Tong Li into a pig's head. Tong Li's eyes were emotionless as they flickered with gloominess and coldness as she stared at Duan Lingtian. She already hated Duan Lingtian to the bone. Tong Li originally thought that Duan Lingtian would be done after slapping her over 10 times. But she quickly realized that all of this wasn't over. "Young Miss Tong, I really didn't expect that your heart would be so vicious to actually use such a cruel method to kill Tanghua. I'm very curious. Exactly what deep enmity do you have with her? Did she hit you? Did she scold you?" Duan Lingtian stared at Tong Li as he spoke word by word with a calm tone. Tong Li glared hatefully at Duan Lingtian, and her swollen mouth moved slightly as she spoke incoherently, Who asked that bitch to be so insensible and put me on the spot? That bitch deserved to die. There wasn't the slightest trace of regret in her words. Just because of this, you tortured her to death? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he asked in a low voice. Tong Li seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian was suppressing his anger, and she hurriedly shut her mouth. She was extremely perturbed in her heart, and she was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill her at the slightest disagreement. During these past few days, she had witnessed Duan Lingtian's methods many times, and she knew that he was a madman who wasn't afraid of anything. Duan Lingtian didn't even seem to be afraid of her cousin, the fifth prince. I was thinking that, with your cultivation, you would probably only harm more people if you stayed. Why not? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Tong Li's dantian as he muttered to himself. No, no. When she heard Duan Lingtian's muttering, Tong Li seemed to have realized something, and her face went pale as she hurriedly retreated. But how could she possibly escape before Duan Lingtian's eyes? Boom! Duan Lingtian struck out with his palm, landing on Tong Li's dantian. Activating his origin energy, he blasted it into Tong Li's dantian, twisting it into pieces. Ah! Tong Li let out a miserable shriek. Her originally swollen face revealed a ferocious expression, while her body trembled in pain. She didn't forget to stare at Duan Lingtian with hatred. Boom! Finally, under the intense pain, Tong Li could no longer stand steadily and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Her eyes were red and filled with bloodthirsty hatred. In this world where the strong were respected, crippling a person's dantian was more painful than killing them. Humph! Duan Lingtian's cold gaze swept past Tong Li before he turned around and walked into the dining hall. Wherever he passed, the group of students who were watching the commotion made way for him, their eyes filled with awe. Even the senior students felt their hair stand on end when they looked at Duan Lingtian Shualing, who was at the second level of the Origin Core stage, was crippled by Duan Lingtian just like that. This Duan Lingtian was too terrifying. The meal was incomparably silent. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's current feelings, and they didn't interrupt. Only when they almost finished eating did Xiao Yu sigh and persuade. Duan Lingtian, don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. You helped Tang go out of goodwill. Moreover, even if you didn't interfere at that time with Tong Li's vicious character, Tangle wouldn't have a good end. Don't worry, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even though it was like this, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate in the afternoon, but instead lay on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds and stared blankly. At the same time, the matter of Duan Lingtian crippling the dantians of Shuelang and Tong Li swept through the entire Paladin Academy like a gale of course. After everyone knew the ins and outs of the matter, they didn't have the slightest bit of pity toward Shuelang and Tong Li, and all felt that they deserved it. Imperial City, City Guard Army campsite. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out from the campsite at the center of the campsite, and it was a robust middle-aged man in light armor who smashed the table before him into pieces under his rage. Whoosh! In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of the person that reported the news, the robust middle-aged man transformed into an afterimage and instantly flashed out of the campsite, then spurred his horse and left the campsite. In next to no time, he entered a spacious courtyard house. Lang. He hadn't arrived when the robust middle-aged man's voice was like a thunderclap that resounded out within the courtyard house. Master, you have to uphold justice for Lang. Lang's life has been completely destroyed by that little bastard, Duan Lingtian. The robust middle-aged man had just walked into a spacious room when the middle-aged woman within the room spoke with a voice that contained sorrow and rage mixed within. Father. Shuelang, who laid on the bed, had a ferocious and savage expression when he saw the robust middle-aged man. I want that Duan Lingtian dead. I want him dead. Lang, don't worry. Father guarantees you that so long as father still has a breath left, that Duan Lingtian won't be able to live past tomorrow. The robust middle-aged man, the city guard army commander Xuelu, had an extremely gloomy expression. Lang, rest well. Father will go take revenge for you right now. Xuelu came swiftly and left swiftly as well, as if transforming into a gust of wind. At practically the exact same moment, the Duan clan had found out about the news sent back by Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian, who just returned to the clan, crippled the only son of the city guard army commander Xuelu. He crippled the cousin of the 5th prince. The Duan clan higher-ups felt their scalps go numb when they heard this news. The audience hall was deathly silent. Grand Elder, this matter. Patriarch Duan Ruhua had a bitter smile on his face. That nephew of his was really a troublemaker, and was a completely different extreme from his father all those years ago. Although Duan Rafeng was naturally unrestrained and unrestrained, he wasn't so unbridled. This Duan Lingtian was simply a lawless lord. For the sake of the clan's future, we have to protect him no matter what. Grand Elder Duan Zhen's muddy eyes flashed with a bright light as he spoke directly. Exactly. That Xuelu is only a city guard army commander at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? A Duan clan elder agreed. Duan Lingtian has an extraordinary significance to our Duan clan. We must protect him. The other elders came to a consensus as well. That Xuelu is a small problem, but the person behind him is slightly difficult to deal with. Duan Ruhua frowned and was slightly worried. No matter how difficult it is to deal with, he's only a half-step void stage martial artist. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? Duan Zhen's eyes emitted a fierce light, and his voice was filled with coldness. 5th Prince's estate. In a spacious room, the 5th Prince's face sank as he gazed at the girl in the bed who had already fallen asleep and whose tear stains still hadn't dried. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. Your Highness, that Duan Lingtian is too audacious. He actually crippled young Miss Li's Dantian. This is destroying young Miss Li's entire life. The white-browed old man's eyes squinted, and killing intent vaguely flickered within. Looks like this Duan Lingtian really doesn't take me seriously. A trace of frightening coldness flashed within the 5th Prince's eyes. As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, the 5th Prince had his own pride. Normally, even if it was the patriarchs of the 3 great clans of the imperial city, they would still have to be respectful to him. Now that he was bullied by a youth, his rage had almost reached the limit. Your Highness, do you need me to deal with him? The white-browed old man asked respectfully. It's useless even if you go now. If I'm not wrong, that Xuelu ought to have already gone. The members of the Duan clan have surely gone as well. With the natural talent in the martial Tao that Duan Lingtian revealed today, the Duan clan wouldn't easily allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. A trace of a sheen of wisdom flashed within the 5th Prince's eyes. The white-browed old man came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. If the members of the Duan clan were present, it would indeed be impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Humph. Let's see if that Duan Lingtian is able to escape today. If he escapes, then I don't believe that old Bai can't kill him when you personally make a move in a few days. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of the 5th Prince's mouth. Subsequently, he sighed. Get someone to go to the Fair Sun County's county city and notify my uncle of this matter. Yes, the white-browed old man replied and left. The originally calm inner city of the imperial city was completely stirred when a majestic troop of soldiers walked out in an orderly manner. The orderly troop was majestic and had a total of over 1,000 people. And in front of these people was a robust, middle-aged general who spurred his horse forward, and the space between his brows was filled with killing intent. It's the city guard army. What's happened? The City Guard Army's commander, Lord Xuelu, has actually personally made a move. I don't know. Let's follow them and take a look. Behind the group of City Guard Army soldiers, many people followed them out of curiosity. In the end, they noticed that this troop had actually stopped at the entrance of Paladin Academy, completely blocking off the entire entrance of Paladin Academy, leaving only a single passage that was heavily guarded. I heard that Commander Xuelu's only son is a student of Paladin Academy as well. Could it be that something has happened to him? To be able to make Commander Xuelu bring over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers, looks like this matter is not small. Some of the spectators couldn't help but guess. Paladin Academy, on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. He glanced at the direction of the entrance of Paladin Academy and vaguely felt that it seemed to have become clamorous. Shaking his head, he paid no attention to it and continued to close his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian. A voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. Only now did he notice Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun standing under the tree with gloomy expressions. "What's wrong?" Duan Lingtian asked in bewilderment. Duan Lingtian, that City Guard Army Commander Xuelu has brought over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers to guard the entrance of Paladin Academy. They're probably waiting for you to leave. Otherwise, don't go back today. Xiao Sun's expression was incomparably unsightly. Xuelu. Duan Lingtian's brows twitched. After lunch, he found out about Xuelang's background from Tianhu. He knew that Xuelang was the only son of the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu. Moreover, Xuelu was a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. However, he didn't mind. If Xuelu really infuriated him, he'd directly throw a bone corrosion inscription over and make the City Guard Army change commander. He really thinks highly of me, bringing so many people. Chapter 197. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were helpless. No matter how they persuaded him, Duan Lingtian stubbornly insisted on leaving. At dusk, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun accompanied Duan Lingtian as they walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Duan Lingtian had only just walked out when he noticed a fierce gaze descending onto him and locking onto him. "You're Duan Lingtian." In the distance, the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would disappear from his line of sight. Even if it was a grade 1 student, the students of Paladin Academy were generally around the age of 20, and an 18-year-old youth was extremely rare. Most importantly, this youth wore violet clothes, exactly the same as the rumored Duan Lingtian. So, Xuelu easily recognized Duan Lingtian. "You two go back first." Duan Lingtian smiled to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun didn't leave. As friends, how could they leave at this time? They would endure hardships together. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't continue persuading the two of them. In any case, as far as he was concerned, everything before his eyes was only a farce and was nothing to worry about. "Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian walked towards Xuelu in large strides with a carefree expression, as if the person before him wasn't a ferocious tiger, but a docile kitten. Xuelu squinted his eyes, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. "You actually dared to use inscriptions to cripple my son's Dantian and destroy his future, his entire life. Did you think of the consequences before you did this?" Duan Lingtian shrugged, his gaze calm, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile from beginning to end. He turned the spatial ring on his right hand as he said, "Commander Xue, before today I didn't know your son. Why didn't you ask me why I crippled his Dantian?" "Humph." Xuelu's face sank as he coldly shouted, "I don't want to know why you crippled my son's Dantian. nor do I have any interest in knowing. All I know is that today you, Duan Lingtian, will die without a doubt. Are you so sure? Duan Lingtian spun the spatial ring at a slightly faster speed, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. You will soon know why I am so sure. Xue Lu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he took a step forward with an imposing aura. Xue Lu. Right at this moment, a figure that was like a ghost instantly flashed out from within Paladin Academy and descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him as he confronted Xue Lu. When he saw Xue Lu intending to make a move against him, Duan Lingtian was already prepared to activate the bone corrosion inscription to annihilate Xue Lu. The figure in front of him appeared out of nowhere, and Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. Vice Principal. When he saw the old man, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, but he still greeted the old man. Duan Lingtian, you really know how to cause trouble. The gray-clothed old man, the Vice Principal of Paladin Academy, Zhan Xiong, shook his head and laughed. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. Zhan Xiong. Xue Lu's movements slowed down as well, and his face sank as he looked at Zhan Xiong. I respect Paladin Academy, so I didn't forcefully barge in to kill this Duan Lingtian. Now, outside Paladin Academy, do you still want to obstruct me? Zhan Xiong lightly smiled. Commander Xue is exaggerating. I naturally won't pay attention to matters outside Paladin Academy. Then why aren't you moving aside? Xue Lu's eyes went cold as he interrupted Zhan Xiong with a deep voice. Right at this moment, a large, luxurious carriage came from afar, and it attracted the attention of everyone. Even Xue Lu couldn't help but frown. The carriage directly charged towards the entrance of Paladin Academy, but it was stopped by the soldiers of the City Guard Army. F***K off. The face of the old man acting as the coachman sank as he pushed out with his palm. Vast amounts of origin energy condensed into a palm print that whistled out and blasted all the City Guard Army soldiers that were blocking the carriage flying. Giddy up. The old man swung the horsewhip in his hand, and the carriage, pulled by 3 large horses, directly charged in. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the old man. If he didn't remember wrongly, this old man was precisely the Duan clan's 3rd elder. To be able to make the Duan clan's 3rd elder drive the carriage, then the person within the carriage surely had an extremely distinguished status. Duan Lingtian was curious. Who would it be? Xue Lu, you're really awe-inspiring. An aged voice, filled with rage, sounded out from within the carriage. Subsequently, Duan Qiu stood at the side and welcomed the old man from within the carriage. Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted when he saw the old man who came out, and he was slightly surprised. The Duan clan's Grand Elder was completely different from the Su clan and Xiao clan's Grand Elders. The Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, was the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, and his status was extraordinary. His status in the Duan clan surpassed the patriarch and was equal to the other supreme elders. Xue Lu's face sank when he saw the old man appear. Although he'd heard that this Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, he never imagined that this old man would personally come for Duan Lingtian. Senior Duan Zhen. Xue Lu took a deep breath, then looked at Duan Zhen and slightly bowed. Xue Lu, you made such a big show just for the sake of dealing with an 18-year-old youth of my Duan clan. Duan Zhen's calm gaze descended onto Xue Lu. Instantly, Xue Lu felt a wave of pressure, and he took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, Senior Duan Zhen, Xue Lu came here this time for the sake of taking revenge for my son. I know that this Duan Lingtian is a genius disciple of your Duan clan, but he crippled my son's dantian and destroyed my son's life. I swore before my son that so long as I, Xue Lu, still have a breath left, this Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow. So, Senior Duan Zhen, I'll ask for your forgiveness after I've taken revenge for my son. Shui Lu's words weren't courteous in the slightest. Humph. Shui Yun really has a good son. Good, good. Duan Zhen's eyes constricted, and a trace of a fierce light flashed within. Then let me see how you make our Duan clan's Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow with me. Duan Jin here today. Senior Duan Zhen. I respect you as a senior, but don't go too far. Shui Lu's face sank, and he completely turned hostile. Too far? Ha! Duan Jin started laughing, and within his wanton laughter was traces of a terrifying aura. Duan Lingtian noticed the difference in this aura at the first possible moment, and his eyes constricted as he was shocked in his heart. This Grand Elder is actually in existence at the half-step void stage. Right? He's an expert of the Duan clan's older generation after all. Half-step void stage. Shui Lu's pupils constricted, and he had an astonished expression as he looked at Duan Zhen. You're actually at the half-step void stage. Humph. I'm from the same generation as your father, Shui Yin. Even that old fellow Shui Yin has broken through. Could it be that I'm inferior to him? Duan Zhen couldn't help but sneer when he saw Shui Lu's expression. Meanwhile, the gazes of the surrounding Paladin Academy students lit up. Of course, they didn't know what a half-step void stage was. They only thought that Duan Zhen was a void stage expert. This Duan clan's Grand Elder is actually a void stage expert. As expected of the previous generation's Duan clan patriarch, his strength is truly shocking. Duan Lingtian ought to be fine today. Even a void stage expert has appeared. Even though this Shui Lu is the commander of the city guard army, he's probably helpless. Amidst the discussions of the Paladin Academy students, Shui Lu's expression became more and more unsightly. He never imagined that the Duan clan would actually dispatch a half-step void stage expert for Duan Lingtian. With this half-step void stage expert present, not to mention him, even if he led the 1,000 city guard army soldiers behind him, they still wouldn't be able to stop the half-step void stage expert. It would be extremely easy for the half-step void stage expert to take away Duan Lingtian. Let's go. As he thought up to here, Shui Lu chose to retreat in order to advance. His icy cold eyes that concealed killing intent flashed past Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he didn't take Shui Lu's threat to heart. As far as he was concerned, if Shui Lu dared come look for him, then Shui Lu was purely courting death. However, the appearance of the Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, today had allowed him to save a bone corrosion inscription. The city guard army arrived menacingly, and now that all of them had retreated, it caused some of the people that came to watch the show to be unable to refrain from sighing. I originally thought that this Commander Shui Lu was going to go all out, but I never imagined that he would only be all bark and no bite. Exactly, truly boring, a waste of my time. It can't be considered to be a waste of time. At least we know the ins and outs of the matter. This Duan Lingtian is too awesome. He actually crippled Commander Shui Lu's only son. Yeah, this isn't something that anyone dares to do. After the group of city guard army retreated, the crowd of people that came to watch the show dispersed as well. Thank you, Grand Elder, for helping me out of this predicament. Duan Lingtian smiled to Duan Zhen. Even if Duan Jin didn't come, he still had the confidence to escape. But since Duan Zhen had come, he'd saved a bone corrosion inscription for him. So he still had to thank Duan Jin. You little fellow, you're really a troublemaker. Duan Jin shook his head, and then his gaze descended onto the nearby gray, clothed old man. Zhan Xiong, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. No matter what, it's been over 10 years. Zhan Xiong nodded, and he obviously knew Duan Zhen. I'll be taking my leave first. Duan Zhen nodded to Zhan Xiong, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Little fellow, I'll send you back? Grand Elder, there's no need. I can return by myself. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duan nodded and didn't say anything before boarding the carriage once more and leaving directly. Duan Lingtian, aren't you worried that Xuelu will come back and kill you? Zhang Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked with a smile. I do hope that he comes back again. Under Zhang Xiong's dumbstruck expression, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before leaving as well. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heaved a sigh of relief. I never imagined that the Duan clan's grand elder would personally come. Could it be that Duan Lingtian knew beforehand? No wonder he was so calm. Xiao Yu's brows slightly twitched as he guessed. To think that we were worried about him. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Meanwhile, the group of students at the entrance of Paladin Academy had dispersed as well. However, their hearts were still filled with shock. The Duan clan actually thinks so highly of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 198. After leaving Paladin Academy, Duan Lingtian walked into a remote alley. Without any warning, he abruptly turned around and looked towards the end of the alley. Then his gaze focused as he spoke with a calm tone. Come out. Instantly, two old men slowly walked out. Their faces were filled with shock, as it was difficult for them to imagine that Duan Lingtian was actually able to notice their tracks. Sixth elder, eighth elder. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to the two old men. These two old men were precisely the Duan clan's sixth elder and eighth elder. Obviously, they were sent by the Duan clan to protect him. Elders, both of you can return. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to the two old men. Then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a nimble spirit serpent as he concealed himself at the corner of the alley ahead. The two old men followed, but noticed that Duan Lingtian had vanished without a trace. They searched for a long time, but were unable to find Duan Lingtian. For a time, their faces were filled with shock. This Duan Lingtian is truly extraordinary. Not only was he able to notice us following him, he was even able to easily shake us off. Even the Duan Rafeng from all those years ago was far from being so abnormal. Never mind. Since he's able to notice us and shake us off, he's naturally able to notice others and shake them off as well. It's meaningless for us to follow him. Let's return. The two old men glanced at each other and were able to see the bitter smiles on each other's faces. Then they shook their heads and directly left to return to the Duan clan estate to report to the patriarch, Duan Ruhua. And now, Duan Lingtian was walking on the way home when two sounds of wind swept over and descended beside him. Young master. It was precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Where did you two fellows run off to earlier? Could it be that you weren't afraid that Xuelu would kill me? Duan Lingtian said angrily. Young master, we were with the Marquis earlier. We wanted to make a move, but were stopped by the Marquis. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and an innocent expression. Uncle Nia? Even he knows? Duan Lingtian suddenly understood, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. Looks like even if the bone corrosion inscription didn't exist today, the Vice Dean, Zhan Xiong, and the Duan clan's grand elder, Duanjin, he would still be fine. Although an entire afternoon had passed, Duan Lingtian's mood had not completely calmed down. Even the two girls at home noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian smiled in the face of the two girls' concern. He went back to his room, lay on the soft bed, and looked at the ceiling. His eyes shone with a cold light. If I had crippled Tong Li's cultivation the first time I met her, then perhaps the incident with Tang Guo wouldn't have happened. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He would never see that female student who worshipped him so much in the future. Although Tang Guo was just a passerby in his life, she was now deeply engraved in his heart. During this night, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. In the end, his mentality was also undergoing a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian's current change in mentality would cause those who went against him in the future to not have a good ending. The next day, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Divine Might Marquis Nya Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Duan Lingtian. "Kid, what did you come here for this time?" Nya Yuan didn't mention a single word about the matter of the city guard army commander, Xue Lu. Or perhaps in his eyes Xue Lu was nothing. "Uncle Nya, I came here this time to ask for 2 quotas from you." Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. "Quotas?" Nya Yuan was stunned and was unable to react for a moment. "Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department's quota for the reinforcements that will depart in 20+ days. I have 2 friends who want to go with me, and I've already promised them." Duan Lingtian explained. "So it's this, no problem. When your big brother Nia returns, I'll tell him and ask him to add 2 more quotas." "What are the names of those 2 people?" Nia Yuan had a casual expression. As to him, this was only a small matter. "Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. "So they're members of the Xiao clan." However, this Xiao Sun seems to be the younger brother of the Xiao clan's genius alchemist, Xiao He, right? As Nia Yuan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought? The genius in the martial Dao Duan Lingtian, whose name had spread like wildfire within the imperial city, was precisely the young genius alchemist who had once defeated Xiao He in the Alchemist Guild's main guild. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Nia Yuan meant, and he lightly smiled. Even if Xiao He saw me now, he might not be able to recognize me. Moreover, even if he recognized me, it wouldn't affect my relationship with Xiao Sun. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in. He still remembered that when he met Xiao Sun for the first time, Xiao Sun's words were filled with admiration towards the genius alchemist who defeated Xiao He without the slightest bit of resentment. "That's true. That day, your ability to disguise your appearance is truly unfathomable." Nia Yuan shook his head and smiled, then glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "Sometimes I really want to break open your head and see what other secrets are hidden within." Since the appearance of this nephew of his, he had brought him wave after wave of shock. Fortunately, his heart was strong enough. Otherwise, he might really have a heart attack from this nephew of his. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. "Right? Didn't you say that you could refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for your grandpa, Nya, once you stepped into the origin core stage?" Suddenly, Nia Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze shone. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He was currently still a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, let alone the origin core stage. Of course, he understood that this Uncle Nya was surely the same as the others, and thought that he had broken through to the origin core stage. He didn't explain, and casually found an excuse. "Uncle Nya, you have to give me some time to transform my grade 9 pill fire into a grade 8 pill fire, right?" Nia Yuan laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. Only now did he remember that even if one's cultivation had reached a certain level, it wasn't so easy to increase the grade of an alchemist. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were many people with a cultivation at the nascent soul stage, but were only grade 9 alchemists. Purely based on the pill fire of an alchemist, the origin energy within a nascent soul stage martial artist body was sufficient to condense a grade 6 pill fire. However, the improvement of pill fire required relying on the alchemist's natural talent. Not to mention the nascent soul stage, a person with insufficient natural talent would only be a grade 9 alchemist, even if he broke through to the void prime stage, and was even unable to become a grade 9 alchemist. It's Uncle Nya who's too impatient. Nia Yuan shook his head and smiled, then said, "Go take a look at your grandpa Nya. During this period of time, he often talked about you to me. Yesterday, he heard that the City Guard Army's commander Xue Lu had brought troops to block you at the entrance of Paladin Academy, and even said that he wanted to kill Xue Lu." Duan Lingtian was stunned. He never imagined that the old man's temper would be so fiery. However, a trace of warmth still arose in his heart. Grandpa Nya. When Duan Lingtian saw the old man was watering the flowers and plants in the rear courtyard, and he was extremely content. When the old man saw Duan Lingtian, his muddy eyes lit up with a dazzling sheen. "Little Tian, you've come." Duan Lingtian helped the old man sit down and lightly smiled. "Grandpa, your body has been much better recently, right?" The old man nodded. "The medicinal strength of the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill has already completely expelled the poison within my internal organs, and the remaining poison has been suppressed by the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill within my body and dantian, so it's not a big problem." "That's good. Once I become a grade 8 alchemist, I'll refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Grandpa Nya and completely remove the remaining poison." Duan Lingtian nodded, as this outcome was within his expectations. "I heard that you're going to go to war with Fen?" the old man asked. "Yeah, I want to go experience it." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Experiencing it is good as well. The battlefield is a place to temper one." As the old man spoke, his gaze became slightly misty, as if he had returned to the days when he spent half his life in the military, and an aura of slaughter seemed to rise up from his body. This aura of slaughter was extremely terrifying, even surpassing the divine might Marquis Nye Yuan. The following period of time was calm and tranquil. The commander of the city guard army, Shui Lu, and the fifth prince seemed to have completely vanished without a trace. Of course, Duan Lingtian wouldn't feel that they were merciful and gave up on taking revenge for Shuelang and Tongli. All of this was probably just the calm before the storm. Paladin Academy, Star Mastermind Department's Grade 1 classroom. The name list of the Star Mastermind Department students that will be accompanying the reinforcements to the northwest border has been released. On the platform, Sima Changfeng slowly spoke. "Teacher Sima, why are you saying this? Could it be that someone from our class obtained a spot?" Instantly, many students were stunned. In next to no time, they tacitly looked at the violet-clothed youth that sat in the distance. "It should be Duan Lingtian." "Nonsense. Who else could it be besides Duan Lingtian?" Some students whispered in discussion. In next to no time, besides Duan Lingtian, all the other students looked at Sima Changfeng, waiting for him to announce. Especially Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, who stared at Sima Changfeng without blinking. Although Duan Lingtian said it wasn't a problem, they were still slightly perturbed. "Duan Lingtian." Sima Changfeng announced the first name. "Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun." Sima Changfeng continued. Actually, when he first received the name list, he was slightly surprised as well. Duan Lingtian was recommended by him, so it was normal for Duan Lingtian to be on the name list. But he didn't recommend the other two. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heard what Sima Changfeng said, their eyes lit up. They looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun also have a spot. Instantly, the remaining students all looked at Sima Changfeng, hoping that Sima Changfeng would call out their names. But unfortunately, Sima Changfeng's following words completely dispelled their thoughts. Chapter 199. Finally unable to restrain yourself. At dusk, Duan Lingtian walked out of Paladin Academy and directly walked into the secluded alley, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he flew out. Instantly, his figure vanished around the corner at the other end of the alley. After Duan Lingtian left, a figure that was like a ghost followed after him. In next to no time, another 2 figures appeared. Not good. That person's target is the young master. The last 2 people to appear were precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and their expressions couldn't help but go pale. But no matter how they searched, they were unable to find a trace of Duan Lingtian, Why did the young master avoid even us? Zhao Gang was slightly worried. Perhaps the young master noticed that person's strength wasn't simple, so he chose to avoid. With the speed that person revealed earlier, he's at least in existence at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Qian had a serious expression. We can't do anything now, and can only return and wait for news from the young master. Zhao Gang deeply agreed. If Duan Lingtian wanted to hide, it would be utterly impossible for them to find Duan Lingtian. At the same time, outside an empty courtyard house nearby, a violet-colored figure stopped moving. There was practically no one in the surroundings, and it was a secluded area of the inner city. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring strong wind swept over, and an aged figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This was an old man with a pair of eyes that flickered with cold lights as he stared at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Duan Lingtian frowned. He originally thought that the old man was sent by the city guard army commander Xuelu Lu, or the fifth prince, but now it would seem that it wasn't so. If the old man was only following orders, he ought to not be so hostile towards him. She could clearly feel the old man's hatred towards him, and it was hatred that reached the bone. Who are you? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked with a low voice. Who am I? The old man couldn't help but sneer when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian, looks like you've offended too many people, so you utterly don't know who came to take revenge on you. However, I truly never imagined that the Duan clan would send a half-step void stage expert to personally make a move for you and obstruct that city guard army commander Xuelu Lu. However, you will still die here today. As the old man spoke, his eyes glowed with killing intent. At the same time, the origin energy on the old man's body flashed irregularly, and 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Although he wasn't at the half-step void stage, being at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage was enough to shock others. This old man was absolutely the strongest expert below the half-step void stage that he'd seen. You're the Su clan's grand elder, Sunan? An existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage that hated him to the bone. Before long, Duan Lingtian guessed the old man's identity. However, didn't the Duan clan help him solve the problem of the Su clan? He believed that the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, wouldn't lie to him. It looked like this Su Nan was very likely to be obstinate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally made a move. You're very smart, actually being able to guess that it was me. Su Nan's eyes emitted a vicious sheen, and his voice was icy cold and piercing to the bone. Duan Lingtian, only Tong, was left in my line of succession. You've destroyed him, destroyed his hope, and destroyed the expectations I had for him. As he finished speaking, Su Nan was slightly deranged. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he ridiculed. Su Nan, why don't you think about it? If he didn't take the initiative to provoke me, and even threaten to cripple my cultivation, how could I give him a taste of his own medicine? As far as I'm concerned, everything he did was his own doing. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not properly teaching him how to conduct himself. Arrogant, conceited, and condescending. Even if I didn't cripple him, there would come a day when he would die at the hands of another. Duan Lingtian's words struck at Su Nan's heart. Su Nan's expression became more and more unsightly, and the killing intent in his eyes was difficult to restrain. It's useless no matter what you say. Today you're dead for sure. Then let's see if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian sneered as he used his hand to turn the spatial ring on his hand, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Su Nan. So long as it wasn't in existence at the half-step void stage, he wasn't afraid. You're about to die, yet you can still laugh. After I kill you, I'll cut off your head and bring it back to the Su clan for my grandson to admire. As soon as Su Nan finished speaking, his body trembled and he moved. 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with Su Nan. Everywhere Su Nan passed, sand and dust shot up into the sky, and his entire body pulled out numerous shocking afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Su Nan had approached Duan Lingtian. So fast! At the instant Su Nan's figure moved, Duan Lingtian's legs that were filled with origin energy since long ago abruptly shook, and he dodged to the side. At the instant Su Nan reacted and intended to pounce towards him, Duan Lingtian activated the inscription on his spatial ring. Bone corrosion inscription. A strand of gray flowing light flew out from the spatial ring and locked onto Su Nan. Its speed was so swift that it even surpassed Su Nan's current speed. At the instant Su Nan pounced towards Duan Lingtian, he saw the strand of gray flowing light that flashed over, and his heart instantly started trembling. He could clearly sense it. This was an extremely terrifying inscription. It brought him extreme pressure. Just as this thought of panic arose within his mind, the strand of gray, flowing light blasted onto his body. Instantly, Su Nan felt a wave of extreme pain come from every bone in his body, causing him to be unable to refrain from emitting a shrill cry, and his voice was almost hoarse. At the moment when his consciousness was on the verge of death, he felt his body collapse with a bang. Even if it wasn't the first time Duan Lingtian had seen the unsightly corpse before him, he still felt a wave of disgust as he looked at it. Hiss! Duan Lingtian ignited a strand of pill fire and burned Su Nan's corpse. Then he took Su Nan's spatial ring. The Su clan's grand elder. From today onwards, there's going to be a change of people. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past the dust that had transformed into ashes in the blink of an eye. Then he turned around and left. On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of Su Nan's spatial ring. Not bad, although it's far inferior to the wealth that Duan Rulei left behind for me. This wealth can still be considered to be a profitable transaction. Duan Lingtian glanced at the contents of the spatial ring, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. There was roughly around 30 million silver. Adding on the wealth he obtained in the past, including Duan Rulei's, Duan Lingtian already had close to 300 million silver in his possession. The silver that circulated in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was the unified silver that circulated in the Darkhan dynasty. As long as the Darkhan dynasty still existed, these silver would never lose their effectiveness and could be exchanged for gold, silver, and other valuables at any time. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was only a vassal kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, whereas the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the 100-plus imperial kingdoms that were under the rule of the Darkhan dynasty. I don't lack money for a short period of time, but when it comes to money, the more the better. In the future, along with the advancement of my cultivation, the grade of the medicinal pills and spirit weapons I need to refine would be higher, and the materials I require would become more and more precious. As for inscriptions, they're even more of a money-burning thing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, wishing for nothing more than a few more people like Su Nan would throw themselves at him and give him money. When he returned to the vicinity of his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang standing at the entrance of his courtyard house, gazing at him. Obviously, they were waiting for him. Young master. When they saw Duan Lingtian return, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang went up to greet him. Have the two of you been slacking off recently? You were actually shaken off by me again. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he pretended to be serious. Young master, how would we dare slack off? But your anti-tracking technique is something that we're still unable to catch up to, and it's difficult for us to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and helplessness on his face. Although Zhao Gang didn't speak, he still nodded in all seriousness. All right, stop flattering me. Let's go home. Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked into the courtyard house. Young master, Where's the person that chased after you? Zhang Qian asked curiously. I've already shaken off all of you. Could it be that I still can't shake him off? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Qian with disdain, but didn't explain the truth of the matter. Su Nan was the grand elder of the Fong clan after all, and if it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to cause more trouble. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang came to a sudden understanding. They would leave in another half a month. During this period of time, besides cultivating and inscribing the bone corrosion inscription, Duan Lingtian tried his best to find time to accompany the two little girls at home. The passage of time always flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day of the reinforcement troops' departure approached. In the past half a month, Duan Lingtian had inscribed the bone corrosion inscription on the pile of spatial rings that he had obtained. At the same time, he asked Xiongquan to gather a large amount of materials for inscribing the bone corrosion inscription and pile them up within his spatial ring, in case of an emergency. Besides preparing these things sufficiently, his cultivation had smoothly broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage 10 days ago, and he'd consumed the dragon blood pill and completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 7th level of the core formation stage. Because of this, his strength had increased by the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, the current him was still capable of drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and developing 19 ancient mammoth silhouettes when he fully exerted his strength. He was only 1 ancient mammoth away from the 1st level of the origin core stage. The day after tomorrow is the day of the reinforcement troops' departure. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to cultivate for a while before preparing to sleep. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. Kerr! Duan Lingtian's spiritual force sensed who was outside the door at the first possible moment. Only after opening the door did he notice that Kerr was standing outside the door in her pajamas. Kerr, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Duan Lingtian smiled. Young master, you're going to the battlefield the day after tomorrow. I want to accompany you, Kerr said in a light voice, her delicate body lightly trembling, and her cheeks flushed red. Duan Lingtian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his eyes, the shy Kerr was no different than a celestial maiden that had fallen to the mortal world. In the end, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up, and he couldn't endure it any longer. He carried Kerr by the waist and threw her onto the bed. He kicked the door shut and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Chapter 200. The next day, noon. Paladin Academy's cafeteria. Tianhu. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tianhu, then glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun beside him. You two speak. What's so mysterious? Tian, who had an astonished expression as he glanced at Duan Lingtian, then looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Let me speak. Xiao Sun looked at Tian Hu and lightly smiled. Tian Hu, starting tomorrow you'll probably have to eat lunch alone in this cafeteria. What do you mean? Tian Hu frowned. You 3 fellows, why are you being so mysterious today? Are you guys planning on taking a leave of absence and going on a long trip? Xiao Sun shook his head. It can be considered going on a long trip, but it's not taking a leave of absence. Tomorrow, we'll join the reinforcements heading to the northwest border and become one of them, heading to the northwest border battlefield. Tian, who was stunned, and extended his hand to touch Xiao Sun's forehead. Xiao Sun, you don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Tian, who naturally didn't believe Xiao Sun's words. If a student of Paladin Academy wanted to enter the battlefield, even if it was the Star General Department, the minimum requirement was to be a second-year student. The Star Mastermind Department was even harsher. Usually only a few 5th and 6th-year students could participate. Tian Hu, Xiao Sun isn't talking nonsense. We're really leaving tomorrow. Xiao Yu noticed that Tian Hu didn't believe him and said. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Tian, who was somewhat doubtful, and looked at Duan Lingtian, wanting to make a final confirmation. Duan Lingtian nodded. F***K. Tian, who glared. How did you guys get a spot? You guys aren't brothers enough. You guys can slip away and leave me alone. Tian, who, didn't you say it yourself? As a student of the Star General Department, you'll have the chance to enter the battlefield sooner or later. As for us, it's very likely that this will be the only time. Xiao Sun patted Tian Hu's shoulder and smiled. Hearing this, Tian Hu's face instantly fell, and he bitterly smiled helplessly. In the afternoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice field and cultivated. Unknowingly, a wave of noise sounded out by his ear. Duan Lingtian. A pleasant voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and looked not far away. Only then did he discover a beautiful figure standing there like a fairy. The woman had a beauty that could overshadow the moon and shame the flowers, a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts. Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect Princess Bai Yao to appear here. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the group of Star Mastermind Department students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, were all looking at him, and most of them had faces full of envy and jealousy. On the other hand, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had ambiguous expressions. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and jumped down from the tree. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian saw that Princess Bai Yao seemed to say something to the old woman behind her. The old woman nodded, and shortly after, Princess Bai Yao walked towards him alone. Princess. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Princess Bai Yao, which could be considered as a greeting. Princess Bai Yao's pretty cheeks were slightly red, and she had a lovely and moving appearance. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you're leaving the Imperial City with the reinforcements tomorrow and heading towards the northwest border. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Princess, why are you at Paladin Academy? Princess Bai Yao lightly smiled. I came to look for my 7th brother, and then I thought of coming to see you while I was at it. As she finished speaking, Princess Bai Yao's face became even redder. 7th brother? Duan Lingtian was shocked. The 7th prince was at Paladin Academy as well. It's rare for the princess to still remember me. I'm truly overwhelmed by your favor. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian, there's only you and me here. There's no need to be so restrained. Princess Bai Yao shook her head as she spoke. Yes. Although Duan Lingtian agreed, there was still no change in his attitude, causing Princess Bai Yao to gradually feel somewhat helpless. She glanced at Duan Lingtian with hidden bitterness. After chatting for a while longer, Princess Bai Yao finally left. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. The princess actually personally came to look for you. Xiao Sun walked over with a face full of envy and jealousy. As expected of the #1 beauty in the Imperial City, her reputation is well-deserved. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time he deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian. How could this guy be so popular with beauties? First it was Li Fei, then it was his sister, and now it was Princess Bai Yao. These 3 women were undoubtedly beauties with looks capable of causing the downfall of nations, but all of them had fallen head over heels for Duan Lingtian. I hope that with the passage of time, Lan Er will be able to forget him. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart, although he didn't mind Duan Lingtian becoming his brother-in-law. But when he thought about how Duan Lingtian already had a woman by his side, he wasn't willing to let his sister jump into the fire pit and share a husband with another woman. Meanwhile, the surroundings were in an uproar. Did you see that? Even Princess Bai Yao came to look for Duan Lingtian. Yeah, I never imagined that Duan Lingtian's charm would be so great. In terms of age, Duan Lingtian is about the same as Princess Bai Yao, and they look like a perfect match. Not only a perfect match, they're simply a match made in heaven. The #1 beauty in the Imperial City the #1 genius in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. Could it be that this is a marriage predestined by the heavens? Similar discussions spread out from the side of the martial arts practice grounds, and quickly spread throughout the entire martial arts practice grounds. Moreover, the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. Some people even said that His Majesty the Emperor intended to bestow a marriage between Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yao. On the other side of the martial arts practice grounds, a few 25-year-old senior students were surrounding a blue-clothed young man with a graceful bearing and extraordinarily handsome appearance as they listened to him speak of something. The blue-clothed young man revealed strong confidence between his brows, and a bright smile hung on his face as he spoke vividly. When the surrounding students looked at him, they all revealed a trace of respect. "Big brother Gu Xian." Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded out and interrupted the blue-clothed young man. "What's the matter?" Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian's group of three. Duan Lingtian's group of three stopped and turned around. Duan Lingtian looked into the distance. Presently, there was a handsome blue-clothed young man with a graceful bearing walking towards him with a few young men in tow. "Gu Xian." Xiao Sun frowned when he saw the blue-clothed young man. "Xiao Sun, you know him?" Xiao, you noticed the enmity between the blue-clothed young man's brows, and this enmity was precisely aimed at Duan Lingtian. This Gu Xian is the only son of Prime Minister Gu, and is also a grade 6 student of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department. His cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Origin core stage. Most importantly, he inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom, and has his own views on the Tao of Prime Minister. He has the demeanor of forming his own school of thought. Xiao Sun slowly said, "Prime Minister Gu." Chapter 201. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Nieyuan was undoubtedly the representative of the generals, whereas in the aspect of ministers, the Prime Minister, Gu Yuting, was the most respected. Gu Yuting's status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was extraordinary, and to a certain extent he could be considered to be the spokesperson of the Emperor. Normally, all the large and small affairs of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had to go through his hands. Moreover, he himself was a half-step void stage expert. "He's the son of Prime Minister Gu Yuting?" Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Gu Xian, who was walking towards him with a menacing aura, and he was slightly bewildered. He was sure that today was absolutely the first time he'd seen this Gu Xian. However, this Gu Xian seemed to have extremely great enmity towards him, and this caused him to be rather puzzled. Presently, it had already been 4 months since Duan Lingtian had first arrived at the Imperial City, so he was rather knowledgeable about some of the matters in the Imperial City. He'd also heard of the Prime Minister, Gu Yuting, although Gu Yuting wasn't from a large clan, but because of the trust of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor, his Prime Minister estate was extremely famous in the Imperial City. Even the members of the 3 great clans of the Imperial City didn't dare rashly offend the Prime Minister estate, because everyone knew that behind Prime Minister Gu stood the Supreme Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Gu Xian arrive before him. "Is there something you need?" Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched as he looked at Gu Xian and asked indifferently, "Duan Lingtian, I'm warning you, stay away from Bai Yao." Gu Xian's expression was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a gloomy sheen as he stared straight at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson snake. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard Gu Xian. Now he finally knew the reason why Gu Xian was so hostile towards him, so it was because of Princess Bai Yao. All along the way, he'd heard many discussions about him and Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian didn't take those ridiculous guesses seriously and directly disregarded them. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to explain anything. Biao? You should be talking about Princess Biao, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Xian calmly and asked. Not bad. Gu Xian's eyes flashed, and his tone was somewhat condescending. Did you hear what I said to you just now? Duan Lingtian's face darkened, not to mention that there was nothing going on between him and Princess Biao. Even if there was something going on, it wouldn't have anything to do with this Gu Xian, right? Duan Lingtian scoffed at Gu Xian's haughty attitude, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. So what if I heard it? So what if I didn't? Duan Lingtian's tone was very calm. Duan Lingtian, I know that your natural talent in the martial Dao is strong, and you're even a direct descendant of the Duan clan that is extremely sheltered. But in my eyes, you're nothing, understand? Gu Xian's voice instantly became incomparably gloomy. In Gu Xian's eyes, in the imperial city, and even the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, only the members of the imperial family and the divine might Marquis estate were worthy of his attention. As for those 3 great clans, they weren't worth mentioning in his eyes. His father was the prime minister, the spokesperson of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. He was only below the emperor and above all. Oh! Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. I'm really sorry, but you're also nothing in my eyes. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't care about Gu Xian, who had a gloomy expression. He called out to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before walking out of Paladin Academy. This son of Prime Minister Gu is too arrogant. Xiao Yu frowned. Obviously, he couldn't stand Gu Xian's attitude towards Duan Lingtian. It's not strange. After all, he has a powerful father. Moreover, this Gu Xian's natural talent isn't bad, and he might even inherit the position of Prime Minister in the future. Xiao Sun shook his head as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. As far as he was concerned, Gu Xian was only a profligate son of rich parents. He was no different than Su Tong and Xuelang, who he crippled, so long as Gu Xian didn't go too far and didn't offend him. If Gu Xian went too far, he didn't mind teaching Gu Xian a lesson. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate, nor did he inscribe inscriptions. He'd finally realized the dream he'd always had, to sleep with the 2 little girls in his room and enjoy the pleasures of intimacy. The 2 girls seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian would be leaving tomorrow and would be gone for at least a few months, so they allowed Duan Lingtian to do whatever he wanted. During the entire night, Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he'd asked for it, and only when he was extremely tired did he fall into a deep sleep with the 2 little girls in his arms. The next day, after the 2 little girls got off the bed, their walking posture became slightly strange. A wisp of apology appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Last night was too crazy. During breakfast, when facing their mother Li Ro's burning and ambiguous gaze, besides Duan Lingtian, who was thick-skinned and didn't pay attention to it, the 2 little girls lowered their heads and had embarrassed expressions. Little Black, Little White, stay at home and protect Kerr, Little Fei, and my mother. Understand? Duan Lingtian grabbed the 2 little pythons from his sleeve and tapped their little heads as he spoke in all seriousness. Hiss, hiss! The 2 little pythons were more or less able to roughly understand Duan Lingtian's words, and they flicked their tongues as they nodded. Duan Lingtian saw a trace of reluctance in the intelligent eyes of the 2 little pythons. The 2 little pythons had obviously already begun to possess human nature. Mother, I'm leaving. At the entrance of the house, Duan Lingtian looked at his mother, who was tidying up his clothes and had a smile on his face. Be careful, Li Ro said softly, with a bit of worry mixed in between her eyebrows. As the saying goes, a mother worries when a son travels 1,000 miles. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the 2 little girls beside Li Ro. Help me take good care of my mother when I'm not here. I'll be back soon. Kerr and Li Fei both nodded, 2 pairs of autumn eyes, glistening and teary. Xiongquan, Jingru, when I'm not here, the family will depend on you 2. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiongquan and Jingru, who were standing at the side. Young master, don't worry. The two of them hurriedly nodded. In Jingru's eyes, there was also a trace of reluctance mixed in. In these few months, she had always been grateful to this young master, who had unconditionally trusted her. It was because of this young master's care that her family could live a well-fed life. All right, you can go back. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and turned to leave. He was really worried that if he took another glance, he wouldn't be willing to leave. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang. After Duan Lingtian left the house, he suddenly spoke out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instantly appeared by Duan Lingtian's side. Are the two of you following me, or returning to the divine Marquis estate? Duan Lingtian asked. Young master, we'll go with you. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang spoke out in unison. Then continue to conceal yourselves. When we arrive at the battlefield, I'll further teach you techniques like tracking, concealment, and assassination. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly said, As long as I don't instruct you to, you're not allowed to reveal yourselves. Understand? Yes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly replied, and their eyes emitted burning gazes. They were filled with boundless yearning towards the various techniques Duan Lingtian planned to teach them. Before long, Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy. Many people had already gathered in the martial arts practice grounds. Of course, most of them were from the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian had only taken 2 steps when he saw Xiao Sun waving his hand at him from afar, and he lightly smiled as he walked over. You two didn't bring a change of clothes? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression when he saw Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun both empty-handed. He'd also noticed that the other group of students were practically carrying bags of various sizes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun instead seemed to stand out like cranes in a flock of chickens. Look, Xiao Sun raised his hand and displayed the simple and unadorned ring on his hand. I asked for a spatial ring for my grandfather yesterday. My things are all in Xiao Sun's spatial ring. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian, the one on your hand, is a spatial ring as well, right? Xiao Sun glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, looks like the Duan clan really thinks highly of you, to even give you such a precious thing as a spatial ring. Xiao Yu naturally thought that Duan Lingtian's spatial ring was given to him by the Duan clan, and he had a face full of envy. Even he, the grandson of the Aurora cities, Xiao clan's supreme elder, didn't have a spatial ring, even to the extent that an entire Aurora city's Xiao clan, only the patriarch and the supreme elder had spatial rings. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and didn't explain. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from afar. A slightly robust young man around the age of 25 slowly walked towards Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. You are. Duan Lingtian looked at the person with a puzzled expression, and he could feel that the person didn't have any hostility. I'm Duan Zhu, a branch family disciple of the Duan clan, and a grade 6 student of the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian, the patriarch, asked me to pass this to you. The robust young man with a luggage bag on his arm extended his hand to pass a simple and unadorned ring to Duan Lingtian. It was a spatial ring. Under the surprised gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Duan Lingtian extended his hand to receive it. Then he nodded and smiled to Duan Zhu. Thank you. You're welcome. After passing the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, Duan Zhu laughed slyly before turning around and leaving. Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, and he noticed that besides a few million silver, there was nothing else within the spatial ring. It ought to have been given to him by the patriarch, Duan Rafeng, to store his luggage. This spatial ring only had a space of 1 cubic meter, and it belonged to the lowest grade of spatial ring. Duan Lingtian Could it be that the spatial ring in your hand wasn't given to you by the Duan clan? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with an astonished expression. That was given to me by the Grand Elder, but I never imagined that the Patriarch would send another one over. I'll take the money inside, and you can use this spatial ring. Chapter 202. However, Xiao Yu didn't accept the spatial ring that Duan Lingtian passed over, and he shook his head. Duan Lingtian, this is too precious. I can't accept it. You should keep it yourself, or leave it for Li Fei to use. Just take it, since I'm giving it to you. When did you become so wishy-washy? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he stretched out his hand and directly stuffed the spatial ring into Xiao Yu's hand as he spoke angrily. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as a trace of gratitude flashed within, but he didn't refuse again. If he were to refuse again at this time, then it would seem slightly pretentious. Thank you. Xiao Yu smiled at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. Only a grade 7 weapons craftsman was able to refine a spatial ring. Although it wasn't a spirit weapon, it was still a rare item, and the value of just one was no less than a few million. Moreover, it was a priceless item. The Vice Dean has arrived. Suddenly, someone spoke, and instantly the entire martial arts practice grounds became silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto the gray figure that slowly walked over from afar. It was a gray, clothed old man who revealed a trace of dignity between his brows as he walked over with large strides, with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. He was precisely the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, Zhan Xiong. After Zhan Xiong arrived, he spoke loudly. Students of the Star General Department, stand to the right. Students of the Star Mastermind Department, stand to the left. As soon as Zhan Xiong finished speaking, the stream of people in the martial arts practice grounds split into two. There were exactly 300 people of the Star General Department gathered together, forming a dense mass. On the other hand, there were 12 people standing sparsely in the Star Mastermind Department. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun. These 3 Year 1 students occupied a quarter of the people there. Duan Lingtian noticed that the Prime Minister's son, Guxian, was also within the group of people of the Star Mastermind Department, and beside him were 2 other people. Duan Lingtian had some impression of these 2 people, as they were by Guxian's side yesterday. Meanwhile, Guxian noticed Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and his face sank as he frowned. Vice Principal, Guxian suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was loud and suppressed most of the sparse voices in the martial arts practice field. Zhan Xiong looked at Guxian when he heard this. He naturally knew Guxian, the son of the Prime Minister. Guxian, do you have anything to say? Vice Dean, according to what I know, according to the rules of our Paladin Academy, when it comes to the battlefield, the lowest requirement for Star General students is the 2nd year, and the lowest requirement for Star Mastermind students is the 4th year. These 3 people are only 1st year Star Mastermind students. I suspect that they want to fish in troubled waters and blend in with us to head to the battlefield at the northwest border. Guxian pointed at the Duan Lingtian trio. His voice was loud, and his eyes were filled with disdain. For a moment, the gazes of all the students present fell upon Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? Also, the 2 people beside him seemed to be first-year students of the Star Mastermind Department. Could it be that they really want to fish in troubled waters and mix in with us to head to the northwest battlefield? As long as it isn't someone on the list, wanting to fish in troubled waters is practically impossible. Many students pointed and discussed animatedly. Guxian had a complacent expression as he glanced at the Duan Lingtian trio, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, as if he'd already seen the scene of the Vice Dean Zhan Xiong driving the 3 of them away. This Guxian is really as disgusting as a fly. Xiao Sun's face sank, and a trace of fierceness flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward and looked at Gu Xian. Before Zhan Xiong could speak, Duan Lingtian spoke first with a loud voice that shot into the sky. Gu Xian, you keep talking about rules. But why have I never heard of the rule that first-year students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department can't enter the battlefield? Humph. Gu Xian met Duan Lingtian's gaze when he heard this, and he said with a mocking expression, although there isn't a written rule, but according to the past practice of Paladin Academy, it has always been like this. I can be sure that the three of you surely want to fish in troubled waters and slip through. Practice? Traces of coldness appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he sneered. You said it was a practice. Could it be that a practice can't be broken? You keep saying that we're fishing in troubled waters. Then I'm curious, on what basis did you make this decision? Just because we're first-year students, you think we're inferior to you? You think we don't have the qualifications to appear here? Of course. How much do first-year students, especially students of the Star Mastermind Department, know about the Tao of Mastermind? Even if people like the three of you enter the battlefield, you'll only be a burden. Gu Xian sneered, and his words were filled with disdain towards Duan Lingtian's group of three. Enough! Right at this moment, Zhan Xiong interrupted. Gu Xian, Duan Lingtian's group of three are indeed people on the list. You don't have to doubt this. Duan Lingtian was strongly recommended by Teacher Sima. As for Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, they're the junior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis Estate, and they were personally added to the list by the commander of the reinforcements this time, General Niefen. Humph. So it's three fellows that got in through the back door. Hearing Zhan Xiong's explanation, Gu Xian looked at Duan Lingtian's group of three with a face full of ridicule and disdain. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces sank as they glared angrily at Gu Xian. Idiot! Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of coldness as he slowly spat out two words. What did you say? Gu Xian's face went grim. This Duan Lingtian actually dared to call him an idiot? As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's prime minister, it was the first time in his life that he'd been humiliated like this. Instantly, his chest was completely filled with flames of rage. Duan Lingtian turned his head and no longer paid any attention to the exasperated Gu Xian, allowing him to rage there. Duan Lingtian. Gu Xian's face sank, and his eyes flickered with traces of a vicious sheen as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and he swore in his heart, "Just you wait, there will be a day when I'll kill you." Although he wished for nothing more than to explode out and kill Duan Lingtian right now, he still had some misgivings. Firstly, the vice dean was present now, and if he were to take the initiative to make a move, he would surely be in a passive position. Secondly, if Duan Lingtian used that strange inscription to attack him, he would be unable to guard against it. After all, even the son of the City Guard Army's commander, Xuelu Xuelang, an existence at the second level of the Origin Core stage, had his entire cultivation destroyed by Duan Lingtian's inscription. He'd always felt fear towards the inscription in Duan Lingtian's hand. So, if he didn't have 100% confidence, he wouldn't easily make a move. As the son of the Prime Minister, he naturally wasn't a simple-minded, well-developed idiot. Although he hated Duan Lingtian to the extreme in his heart, he wouldn't rashly make a move. This Gu Xian is pretty good at enduring. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and he was slightly surprised when he saw Gu Xian not make a move for a long time. As far as he was concerned, this Gu Xian was much more dangerous than Su Tong and Xuelang. This was a person that knew how to endure silently. This sort of person was generally adept at hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and was extremely terrifying. All right, all of you go to the entrance now. General Niefen has already ordered people to prepare horses for all of you and is waiting there. Before long, 312 Paladin Academy students walked out of Paladin Academy in a formidable array under the lead of the Vice Dean, Zhanxiong. Outside Paladin Academy's entrance, more than 300 armored soldiers were each sitting on a horse. In each of their hands, there was another horse that they were leading. These extra horses were obviously prepared for the group of Paladin Academy students. Vice Dean Zhan, a curly-bearded man that wore armor and had a stocky build, spurred his horse forward and arrived before Zhanxiong before nodding to Zhanxiong. Duan Lingtian looked at the curly-bearded man, and his brows slightly twitched. He was able to discern that this curly-bearded man was in existence at the nascent soul stage and possessed extraordinary strength. Vice General Jiao, these are the students on the name list this time. Zhanxiong slowly spoke in response. I'll be troubling Vice Dean Zhan. The curly-bearded man nodded, then instantly opened his mouth and roared. Students of Paladin Academy, get on your horses. Instantly, all 312 Paladin Academy students, including Duan Lingtian, got on their horses. There were exactly 312 horses. Vice Dean Zhan, farewell. The curly-bearded man cupped his hands towards Zhanxiong, then spurred his horse to gallop out. Let's go. For a time, Duan Lingtian and the others mixed in with the armored soldiers and followed behind the curly-bearded man as they walked out of the imperial city in a formidable array. All along the way, they caused a great sensation. The people on the streets moved aside and saluted with their gazes towards this group of people. These are the reinforcements that Paladin Academy sent to the northwest border battlefield. As expected of the students of Paladin Academy, all of them are in high spirits and have extraordinary bearings. There's actually a youth wearing violet clothes. Could it be that he's that genius martial artist, Duan Lingtian, that's been giving rise to much discussion recently? He should be. Besides him, Paladin Academy probably doesn't have such a young student. Before long, the gazes of many people descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they all exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtian became the center of attention all along the way. Gu Xian's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw Duan Lingtian being so popular, and his gaze became even more gloomy and cold. Fifth Prince's estate. Within the pergola, a young man with an extraordinary bearing was sitting across from a middle-aged general in light armor. At this time, that Duan Lingtian should have already set out. The young man's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. This time, we'll make sure he doesn't return. The middle-aged general's eyes focused as they flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. Commander Shui, don't speak so early. Don't forget, Duan Lingtian has an offensive inscription that can deal with origin core martial artists. According to my knowledge, even the Su clan's Grand Elder's grandson, Su Tong, had his dantian crippled by Duan Lingtian using an offensive inscription. Slight fear appeared on the young man's face. Don't worry, Fifth Prince, with a nascent soul martial artist making a move this time, will surely succeed. The middle-aged general was precisely the City Guard Army's commander, Shui Lu. Chapter 203. Outside the Imperial City, on the spacious open ground, a group of armored soldiers gathered together like a black cloud pressing down on the city, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. These are the reinforcements. Looks like there's only around 10,000 people. It seems to be a bit too little, right? Xiao Yu frowned as he gazed at the group of soldiers that stood in neat rows in the distance. Soldiers are valued for their quality, not their quantity. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse to walk beside Xiao Yu and lightly smiled. He was able to discern that these soldiers were different from ordinary soldiers. Every single one of them emitted a valiant aura, and their cultivations were obviously not low. Xiao Yu, don't underestimate this 10,000-man army. Even if they were besieged by an ordinary army of a few 100,000, they would still be able to easily charge out of the encirclement. Xiao Sun's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Could it be that this is the Crimson WYRM army under the command of the divine might Marquis Grand General Nya Yuan? Xiao Yu glanced at the group of soldiers that led them out of the city, and only now did he notice that the armor of these soldiers was inscribed with the pattern of a crimson WYRM. This type of armor was precisely the symbol of the Crimson WYRM army. You only notice now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, as he'd noticed this long ago. The Crimson WYRM army was one of the 3 elite armies under the command of the divine might Marquis and Grand General Swift Cavalry. These 3 elite armies only had 10,000 soldiers each. These 10,000 soldiers were generally martial artists at the 7th level of the corps formation stage or above. Some of the decurions and centurions were even existences at the origin core stage. As for the chiliarchs, they were all existences at the nascent soul stage. Before long, the group of Paladin Academy students, including Duan Lingtian, gathered together with the other soldiers of the Crimson WYRM army. Right at this moment, a tall young man in silver light armor spurred his horse forward. His gaze was cold as it swept past the group of Paladin Academy students, and his tone was calm. "Hello! I'm the commander of the reinforcements heading to the northwest border battlefield this time. I'm called Niafun, the son of the divine might Marquis Nya Yuan, an existence like a proud son of heaven." The eyes of most of the Paladin Academy students shone when they heard Niafun's self-introduction. He's Niafun, as expected of the son of the divine might Marquis. His bearing is extraordinary. Supposedly, this Niafun only graduated from our Paladin Academy a few months ago, and he was already a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist when he graduated. 26 years old, 5th level of the origin core stage. With such natural talent, I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian and Su Qing are able to surpass him in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, Duan Lingtian and Su Qing have also joined the reinforcements. The 3 great geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation have gathered together. The group of Paladin Academy students whispered amongst themselves. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Su Qing was here too? Looking around, he also found Su Qing in the crowd. The current Su Qing had lost his former sharpness and had become more steady. He seemed to have changed a lot. I'll say the ugly things first. Although all of you are students of Paladin Academy, from this moment onwards, you can be considered to have joined our Crimson WYRM army. You must obey military orders, and if you violate military orders, you will be punished according to military discipline. Now, someone will distribute the armor of the Crimson WYRM army to all of you. Change into it as soon as possible. Niafon's loud voice continued to sound out. After he finished speaking, he spurred his horse and left. Beside Niafon, an old man in casual clothes sat astride his horse as well, and his eyes narrowed as he followed Niafon like a shadow. It was as if he was Niafon's shadow. Not many people noticed that at the instant Niafon turned around and left, Niafon's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through the layers of obstructions and descend onto the violet-colored figure within the group of Paladin Academy students. Noticing Niafon's gaze, Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun had changed into the armor of the Crimson WYRM army. The armor seemed to be cumbersome, but it was actually light and convenient. When worn, it didn't affect one's movements in the slightest. Moreover, it was able to play a protective role to a certain extent. The two of you do look quite decent when wearing this armor. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun and lightly smiled. When the two of them wore the armor of the Crimson WYRM army, they really did look quite decent. Aren't you the same? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Presently, Duan Lingtian's sword-like eyebrows were tall and straight, and his handsome face revealed a trace of coldness. After wearing the fitting armor, his entire person seemed to be awe-inspiring and had an extraordinary bearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused, and a heartfelt smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Even though he'd lived 2 lifetimes and had seen many grand scenes in his previous life, he still couldn't help but be slightly excited in his heart. A strong wind rises and clouds soar. A warrior leaves and never returns. Depart. Right at this moment, Niafun, who was the commander of the Crimson WYRM army, suddenly gave the order. His loud and clear voice was like a thunderclap that entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, the army that was formed from over 10,000 people spurred the steeds beneath them to gallop out with a momentum like thunder. Everywhere they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. They set out early in the morning and stopped at noon to rest for a while before continuing on their journey. Only when the sun set in the west did the Crimson WYRM army stop their footsteps under the command of Commander Niafin and set up camp in the wilderness for the night. Under the illumination of the bonfire, tents rose up one by one, forming a dense mass. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun were currently working together to build a small tent. This would be the residence of the 3 of them tonight. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, as his acute spiritual force told him that a gaze had just descended onto him. With a glance, what entered his eyes was a group of Crimson WYRM army soldiers, and he was utterly unable to discern who was looking at him. This gaze seemed to have descended onto me this morning at the moment I changed into the Crimson WYRM army armor. Who exactly is it? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled in his heart. He was sure that the owner of this gaze wasn't Niafun, nor was it a student of Paladin Academy. Meanwhile, the tent had been built. Duan Lingtian didn't think any further and sat around the bonfire in front of the tent with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Presently, the group of Crimson WYRM army soldiers and some Paladin Academy students had all taken out their rations and were gnawing on them. Xiao Sun took out his rations as well and gave some to Xiao Yu and some to Duan Lingtian. Eating this thing isn't nutritious. Duan Lingtian didn't receive it and had a face full of disgust. Then he raised his hand and withdrew a large square block of ice from his spatial ring. Under the puzzled gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Duan Lingtian placed the block of ice beside the bonfire. The ice quickly melted, and the suckling pig within it revealed its true appearance. F***K. Duan Lingtian, how big is the space in your spatial ring? You actually brought this thing with you. Xiao Sun couldn't help but curse and was dumbstruck. Xiao Yu was stupefied as well. As far as they were concerned, an ordinary spatial ring only had a space of 1 cubic meter, and it simply couldn't contain more than a few of these chilled, suckling pigs. Hurry up and help break it down. You're talking so much. Do you not want to eat any more? Duan Lingtian threw the suckling pig in his hand to Xiao Sun as he glared at him. Xiao Sun received the heavy suckling pig and grinned. Of course I want to eat. If there's meat to eat, who would eat that crappy rations? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took out a few long iron skewers and a pile of seasonings and salt. Wham! Duan Lingtian's hand swiped past his waist, and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. With the help of Xiao Sun, he quickly broke down the processed suckling pig. Duan Lingtian, you don't look like you're going to war, but instead like you're going on vacation. Xiao Yu used an iron skewer to pierce through a large piece of suckling pig and placed it on the bonfire to roast. He sprinkled salt and seasonings on it as he shook his head and laughed. It wasn't easy to come out, so I can't wrong myself. Where would I get the strength to eat those rations? Duan Lingtian rotated the iron skewer in his hand as he roasted the meat and laughed. Soon, the fragrance of the roasted suckling pig in the hands of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 pervaded the air. F***K. Where's the fragrance coming from? Isn't this fragrance from roasted suckling pig? Who's eating roasted suckling pig? It's Duan Lingtian's group. They really know how to enjoy themselves. They actually brought out suckling pig to roast. As expected of the genius disciples that the Duan clan values highly. It's so convenient to have a spatial ring. The group of Paladin Academy students all looked enviously at Duan Lingtian's group as their saliva dripped all over the ground. Compared to the group of Paladin Academy students, the group of Crimson WYRM Army soldiers were much calmer. They minded their own business as they roasted the bonfire and ate their rations. After they finished eating, they entered their tents to rest. Satisfying. Xiao Sun gnawed on the roasted suckling pig, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Duan Lingtian and Xiao, you are also eating meat with large mouthfuls with expressions of satisfaction. It would be great if we could have some wine at this time. Xiao Sun's eyes shone. Some of the nearby Paladin Academy students were completely speechless when they heard Xiao Sun's words. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. We don't even have roasted suckling pig to eat. Yet you're still not satisfied and still want to drink wine. Don't be so infuriating. However, in the next moment, these Paladin Academy students were stunned once again. They saw Duan Lingtian stretch out his hand, and 3 jugs of wine appeared out of thin air. Wine naturally can't be lacking when eating meat. Come, drink, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, you really brought wine. Xiao Yu fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and had a pleasantly surprised expression. Shortly after, he and Xiao Sun took the jugs of wine and started drinking in large mouthfuls under the attentive gazes of a pack of hungry wolves. The 3 of them ate meat and drank wine at the same time. They wolfed down the food and only stopped after a long time. So full. Soon enough, the roasted suckling pig was finished by the 3 of them, and the 3 empty jugs of wine were also thrown to the side. I'm going to relieve myself, Xiao Sun said before running into the distant forest to relieve himself. After Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu successively went to relieve themselves and returned, Duan Lingtian walked out as well. However, just as Duan Lingtian stepped into the bamboo forest, his spiritual force became vigilant. He could feel a wave of danger gradually approaching, as if it would descend at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's figure moved and directly flashed forward. Spirit serpent movement technique. And right at this moment, a wave of scattered sounds came from behind. A robust figure flew over and surpassed Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Chapter 204. Third level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he gazed at the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the middle-aged soldier, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled into an arc. The middle-aged soldier's gaze was icy cold, and the gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian didn't contain the slightest emotion. The person that has been spying on me since early this morning is you? Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something that was completely unrelated to him. As expected of the #1 genius of Paladin Academy, you're actually able to notice me spying on you from the shadows. I feel that I've already been extremely careful. The middle-aged soldier was slightly surprised, as he didn't expect that Duan Lingtian had already noticed him. You're probably not a member of the Crimson WYRM Army, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the person before him. The person before him was at the 3rd level nascent soul stage martial artist, but he only wore the armor of an ordinary soldier and wasn't even a Decurion. He didn't believe that a person with such a cultivation would be willing to be an ordinary soldier in the Crimson WYRM Army. You're very smart. The middle-aged soldier nodded. Exactly, I'm not a member of the Crimson WYRM Army. Being able to silently sneak into the Crimson WYRM Army without anyone noticing. Looks like the person behind you isn't simple. I'm extremely curious. Who exactly sent you here? Duan Lingtian's gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything stared fixedly at the middle-aged soldier. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. The middle-aged soldier didn't pay attention to Duan Lingtian, and he strode out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Above him, the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had just vanished not long ago once again condensed into form. "You're so sure that I'll die?" Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. The middle-aged soldier frowned slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian being so composed. He observed the surroundings for a moment, and after not noticing anything amiss, he sneered. "Do you think you can escape by being deliberately mystifying? Don't waste your time. Once you do something, you have to bear the consequences. Today, no one can save you." The middle-aged soldier took another step out, and origin energy suffused him, intending to attack Duan Lingtian. Really? Duan Lingtian was still standing in the same place, unmoving like a mountain. His face was calm like an ancient well without any ripples. "I don't think anyone can save you." At this moment, a low voice mixed with anger came from behind the middle-aged soldier. Immediately after, two figures appeared behind the middle-aged soldier in an instant. One of them struck out with his palm and directly pinned the middle-aged soldier to the ground. Then he stepped out with his foot and stomped on the middle-aged soldier, making him unable to move. The middle-aged soldier's body crashed to the ground. He subconsciously turned his head, but when he saw the scene behind him, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Oh my God! What did he see? 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The person that attacked him now was actually a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. How is that possible? Didn't you say that the Duan clan didn't send anyone to protect him? The middle-aged soldier felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes flashed with endless despair. Young master, of the two people who had appeared, the one who had stepped on the middle-aged soldier was Zhang Qian. The other person was Zhao Gang. The middle-aged soldier's face went grim when he heard this familiar voice, and he struggled to turn his head around. Through the night, he finally saw the appearances of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang clearly. "General Zhang, General Zhao." The middle-aged soldier's pupils constricted, as he obviously recognized Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were capable generals under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, the Cavalry Grand General Neyuan, and they had extremely high prestige in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army. So, many officers and soldiers in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army recognized them. "You recognize us?" Zhang Qian frowned, and he stepped on the middle-aged soldier's foot even harder. The middle-aged soldier's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted astonishment. Who could tell him what the F***K was going on? Why are these two maleficent stars here? Moreover, they seem to be secretly protecting this Duan Lingtian. Isn't Duan Lingtian a direct descendant of the Duan clan? How could these two maleficent stars possibly lower themselves to protect him? The middle-aged soldier suddenly realized that this mission was simply a mission that would send him to his death. "Speak. Who sent you to kill the young master?" Zhao Gang's face sank, and his eyes flickered with dense, killing intent. "General Zhang, General Zhao. Isn't he a member of the Duan clan? Why would the two of you?" The middle-aged soldier took a deep breath. He wanted to figure out exactly what was going on right now. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time when they heard this, seeming to be asking if Duan Lingtian could reveal anything. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was able to discern that this middle-aged soldier was a tough nut to crack. If he couldn't completely break down the line of defense in his heart, then the middle-aged soldier would probably rather die than speak of the person behind the scenes. Right, the young master is a member of the Duan clan. But the young master is also the nephew of the Marquis. As for us, we were sent by the Marquis to protect the young master. Zhang Qian's tone was calm as he slowly spoke. However, when these words entered the middle-aged soldier's ears, it was like needles piercing into his heart. Marquis? He naturally knew who the Marquis that Zhang Qian spoke of was. It was surely that person with an aloof status and honorable identity within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This Duan Lingtian was the nephew of that person? Young master, spare me. This lowly one didn't know your identity. Spare me! The middle-aged soldier's face was ghastly pale, without a trace of blood, and he struggled to beg Duan Lingtian for mercy. He suddenly realized that his actions were simply bringing about his own destruction. Speak, who sent you here? Duan Lingtian asked once more. Young master, if this lowly one speaks, are you willing to spare this lowly one's life? The middle-aged soldier's eyes flickered with a sheen of survival. You don't have the qualifications to discuss conditions with me. Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly colder. Since you know Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang and have a cultivation at the nascent soul stage, your position in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army ought to not be low. Could it be that you think that my Uncle Nie's ability is unable to investigate your background? The corners of the middle-aged soldier's mouth curled into a bitter smile. If the divine Might Marquis wanted to investigate him, it would naturally be extremely easy. Young master, I'm a Chiliarch of the Imperial City's city guard. The middle-aged soldier lowered his head and spoke of his identity. He believed that there was no need for him to say the rest, as the young master before him would be able to guess it. City guard? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly squinted. It really is him. Xuelu. What is Xuelu? Actually daring to allow a member of the city guard to sneak into the Crimson WYRM army. Doesn't he know that this is a great taboo in the army? Zhang Qian's face slightly went grim, and flames of rage jumped about within his eyes. Zhao Gang's expression was extremely unsightly as well. General, spare my life! The middle-aged soldier's face was ghastly pale. He only hoped to be able to survive now, and he had no other thoughts. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian. Clean it up. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of emotion within his voice. After that, he turned around, undid his belt, and started to relieve himself. After he finished, he directly returned to his tent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the middle-aged soldier didn't even have the chance to react before being killed by Zhang Qian. When Duan Lingtian left, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had cleaned up the middle-aged soldier's corpse and concealed it once more. Duan Lingtian, why were you gone for so long? After Duan Lingtian returned to his tent, Xiao Sun asked, Can't I go to the big one? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Xiao Sun as he spoke angrily. Lying in his tent, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a trace of rage arose within his heart. Although he knew that the city guard commander, Xuelu, wouldn't let the matter go, he never imagined that Xuelu would be so insane as to actually want to kill him on the way to the northwest border battlefield. Xuelu! Killing intent arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the east. Everyone, pack up your tents. We depart in 10 minutes. Commander Nia Fun's sonorous voice broke the tranquility of the early morning, causing all the Paladin Academy students who were still dreaming within their tents to wake up with a start. They left their tents one after another and started packing up. After Duan Lingtian walked out of his tent, he noticed that the 10,000 officers and officers of the Crimson WYRM army were already fully equipped and waiting to depart. Now, only the tents of the group of Paladin Academy students remained scattered all over the place. This Crimson WYRM army is worthy of being the elite army of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian secretly praised in his heart. Before long, the group of Paladin Academy students had finished packing up their tents and were fully equipped and waiting to depart. along with Commander Niafun's command. Over 10,000 tall horses carried over 10,000 officers and officers as they galloped out. Everywhere they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. On the way, they encountered some merchant groups and carriages, but all of them moved aside, not daring to directly clash with the Crimson WYRM Army's edge. After spending an entire 2 months of time, Duan Lingtian and the others finally arrived at their destination after following behind the Crimson WYRM Army. The northwest border's relentless, thriving city. Relentless, thriving city was a city that was located in a remote and embarrassing location. 15 kilometers away from Relentless, thriving city was the border city of the Southern Champion Kingdom, Southern Barbaric City. It was precisely because of its special location that conflicts between the two kingdoms frequently occurred here. Whenever one of the kingdoms finished recuperating and building up strength, it would take the initiative to send out troops with the intention of capturing the other's border city and plundering it. It had always been like this for thousands of years. Since half a year ago, the Southern Champion Kingdom's army had repeatedly provoked the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Relentless, thriving city, causing the pressure on the Relentless, thriving city's army to increase greatly. Only then did they request for reinforcements from the Imperial City. This relentless, thriving city can't be considered to be large. It's about the same size as Aurora City. Duan Lingtian looked at the distant, relentless, thriving city from afar, and his brows raised. It's not a county city after all. Besides the Imperial City and county cities, the other cities are all about the same. Xiaoyu nodded. Before long, the 10,000-plus officers of the Crimson WYRM Army spurred their horses into Relentless, thriving city, and at the same time they slowed down their speed. Although Relentless, thriving city's area was no different than cities like Aurora City and Iron Blood City, only the southern half of the city was filled with stores and crowds of people. The northern half of the city was the campsite of the border army, and the northern city wall was even specially reinforced as an iron bastion against war. It's the Crimson WYRM Army. The Crimson WYRM Army has arrived. They'll surely make the Southern Champion Kingdom's army suffer a crushing defeat this time. Long live the divine Might Marquis. Chapter 205. All along the way, Duan Lingtian could see hope and anticipation on the faces of the residents of Relentless, thriving city. This was their confidence towards the Crimson WYRM Army. Their confidence towards the divine Might Marquis. Uncle Nya is worthy of being the Crimson Sky Kingdom's god of war. In this border where battles are frequent, his prestige probably surpasses the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the other Paladin Academy students followed the 10,000 officers of the Crimson WYRM Army and entered the vast campsite at the northern side of Relentless, thriving city, including Duan Lingtian's group. Everyone that came was placed in various tents within the campsite. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were placed in the same small tent. Although it was a small tent, it was still 10 times, no, 100 times better than the tents they casually set up on the road. I'm about to be able to witness that cruel war with my own 2 eyes. Just thinking about it makes me slightly excited. Xiao Sun's face was slightly red as he spoke excitedly. Although Xiaoyu didn't say anything, the flowing light in his eyes at this moment had already explained everything. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. With a thought in his heart, a cauldron suddenly appeared in his hand. 2 days ago, he smoothly broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage. What he needed to do now was to refine the dragon blood pill and directly consume it to complete the tempering of his fleshly body for the 8th level of the core formation stage. Only in this way would he be able to continue charging towards the 9th level of the core formation stage. The dragon blood pill was different from ordinary medicinal pills. After the pill was formed, It had to be consumed within 10 hours. Otherwise, the medicinal strength would cease to exist. So, Duan Lingtian didn't have a backup. Duan Lingtian casually taking out a cauldron wasn't a big deal. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian take out a cauldron. This, Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you've become an alchemist. Xiao Sun couldn't help but glare. Even his breathing became somewhat hurried. This Duan Lingtian couldn't be thinking of playing with his heartbeat again, right? Xiao Yu also looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He raised his hand and reversed it. Qi. At this moment, a strand of milky white flame burned in the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. A 9th grade alchemy fire. Xiao Sun's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His older brother, Xiao He, was a grade 9 alchemist, so he wasn't unfamiliar with grade 9 pill fire. Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. When did this Duan Lingtian become an alchemist? Generally speaking, a genius in the martial Tao like Duan Lingtian would normally place all his efforts on the advancement of his cultivation. It was impossible for him to delve into the Tao of alchemy, Tao of weapon refinement, or the Tao of inscriptions, because once one delved into the latter, it would waste a great deal of effort, and in the end, fall to mediocrity in all aspects. In the past, in his eyes, the reason why Duan Lingtian possessed such a heaven-defying cultivation was surely because he concentrated on cultivation and didn't delve into the Tao of alchemy, Tao of weapons refinement, or the Tao of inscriptions. But now the grade 9 pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand had given him too great of a shock. This Duan Lingtian possessed such a heaven-defying cultivation. Yet he actually spent time delving into the study of alchemy and even became a grade 9 alchemist? For a moment, Xiao Yu felt his scalp go numb. Abnormal. Too abnormal. If Duan Lingtian didn't delve into the study of alchemy, then wouldn't it mean that his current strength might be even stronger? Even to the extent that it's very likely that he would be able to break through to the origin core stage at the age of 17? Xiao Yu noticed that the more he thought about it in his heart, the more shocked he was. Xiao Sun was dumbstruck as well. He had the same thoughts as Xiao Yu. After all, people that delved into the Tao of alchemy would have a much slower increase in their cultivation in the martial Tao compared to ordinary people, because they placed half of their attention on alchemy and were unable to completely concentrate on their cultivation in the martial Tao. Just like his brother, Xiao He, although their natural talent in the martial Tao was similar, even though Xiao He was older than him by a year, Xiao He's cultivation was inferior to him. All of this was because his brother concentrated on the Tao of alchemy and neglected his cultivation, causing his cultivation to increase slowly. What are you two doing? Is there a need to be like this? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then directly withdrew a pile of medicinal materials required for the dragon blood pill and placed them one by one into the cauldron. Is there a need to be like this? The corners of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's mouths twitched, and they both felt that Duan Lingtian wasn't doing it on purpose. Abnormal. The two of them spoke at the same time with extreme tacit understanding. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Of course, it was also because Duan Lingtian didn't know what Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were thinking, otherwise he would surely shake his head and laugh. Since the moment he fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he'd inherited everything of Samsara Emperor Wu. When Samsara Emperor Wu was at his prime, he was a royal-grade alchemist and royal-grade weapons craftsman. Even in the Tao of inscriptions, during the era where the art of inscriptions was prevalent, he'd studied it to the peak and wasn't inferior to anyone. Inheriting everything of Samsara Emperor Wu meant that Duan Lingtian also possessed the ability of Samsara Emperor Wu. Of course, if he wanted to exert even more of Samsara Emperor Wu's ability, he needed to increase his cultivation and spiritual force to a certain level, just like pill fire and weapon fire. Grade 8 flames required stepping into the first level of the origin core stage to condense. Grade 7 flames required stepping into the 7th level of the origin core stage to condense. Grade 6 flames required stepping into the 1st level of the nascent soul stage to condense. Grade 5 flames required stepping into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage to condense. Later on, and so on, Duan Lingtian, who'd inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime of experience in alchemy and weapons crafting, would be able to condense pill fire and weapon fire of that grade so long as his cultivation reached a certain level. There was utterly no need for him to research and improve himself. Spiritual force was the same as well. So long as his spiritual force was strong enough, he would be able to inscribe even higher level inscriptions. Just like now, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul stage martial artist's spiritual force, and he was able to inscribe inscriptions like the bone corrosion inscription that were sufficient to annihilate nascent soul stage martial artists. If he was able to obtain those rare main materials, he would even be able to inscribe inscriptions that could annihilate half-step void stage experts. So long as Duan Lingtian's cultivation and spiritual force were sufficient, then he utterly didn't need to spend time studying the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions. In his mind, there were memories of studying the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions to the peak. Using an analogy, if it was said that the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions were software, Duan Lingtian's cultivation and spiritual force were the hardware. The software possessed a top-notch level, whereas the hardware was still in the stage of being explored and improved. So long as the hardware continued to improve, then he would be able to display even more of the software's functions. Voila! Duan Lingtian's hands descended, and the pill fire condensed from origin energy was pressed into the cauldron by him as he started to refine the medicine. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in their hearts as they watched without blinking. An hour later, Duan Lingtian placed the little black snake's golden blood into the cauldron and completed the final step. Whoosh! A medicinal pill that flowed with a golden light shot out and landed in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was precisely the dragon blood pill. Duan Lingtian directly consumed it. In the blink of an eye, his body underwent a tremendous change. The tempering of the body at the 8th level of the core formation stage was instantly completed. The current him could directly charge towards the 9th level of the core formation stage. Once he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage and consumed another dragon blood pill, he would be able to complete the final tempering of the 9 dragons, or sovereign techniques, raging python form. At that time, he would be able to continue charging towards the origin core stage and become a true origin core stage martial artist, and not the current false origin core stage. Only when they saw Duan Lingtian put away the cauldron did Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun return to their senses. Xiao Sun asked in surprise, "Duan Lingtian, what medicinal pill did you refine earlier?" That medicinal pill seemed to flicker with a golden light, and it seemed to be extraordinary. That isn't an ordinary medicinal pill. It's a medicinal pill that matches the cultivation method I cultivate. If an ordinary martial artist were to consume it, their body would directly explode and they would die. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Xiao Sun. How about it? Xiao Sun, are you interested in one? Forget it. I don't want to die yet. Xiao Sun naturally believed Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and he hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. Duan Lingtian, when did you become a grade 9 alchemist? At this moment, Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as well. It's been a while. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, but didn't say exactly when. Could it be that he was already a grade 9 alchemist 2 years ago? Duan Lingtian, you're absolutely the most abnormal freak I've ever seen. Xiao Sun glared. When my brother became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, I already thought he was abnormal enough. I never imagined that you would become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. Not only that, your cultivation has even stepped into the origin core stage. You're simply a super abnormal freak. Super abnormal. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Xiao Yu nodded as well, obviously agreeing with Xiao Sun's words. Suddenly, Xiao Sun seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze abruptly shone. A few months ago, the 18-year-old genius alchemist that appeared briefly in the Alchemist Guild's headquarters and defeated my brother's spirit. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw Xiao Sun looking over. Could it be that Xiao Sun guessed it? I wonder who is more abnormal when compared to you in the Tao of Alchemy. Xiao soon finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Looks like Xiao Sun didn't connect the genius alchemist from that time with him. That genius alchemist wouldn't be Duan Lingtian, right? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words caused Duan Lingtian's heart to rise to his throat. Xiao Yu was born with a keen intuition, and his intuition told him that the 18-year-old genius alchemist Xiao Sun mentioned was very likely to be the same person as Duan Lingtian. He's definitely not. Xiao Sun shook his head. You're so sure? You haven't seen him. Xiao Yu asked in bewilderment. I haven't seen him, but don't forget my brother has. I asked my brother, and he said that Youth's appearance was extremely ordinary and didn't have any outstanding points. Do you think that the youth my brother described would be Duan Lingtian? Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was about to transform from a youth to a young man. In terms of appearance, he could absolutely be considered to be extraordinarily handsome. Chapter 206. Could it be that he really isn't? Xiao Yu was slightly hesitant in his heart when he heard Xiao Sun's words. He was still extremely confident towards his intuition, but he couldn't wrap his head around why the genius alchemist Xiao Sun's older brother spoke of would be a youth with an ordinary appearance. How could he possibly know that Duan Lingtian's disguise technique could be said to have reached the acme of perfection? In the next few days, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 cultivated within the tent. 5 days later, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Lingtian's group of 3, were gathered within a spacious tent. At the center of the tent was something similar to a model of a building. Duan Lingtian discerned with a glance that this was the model of a city's outer perimeter. Presently, at the side of this model, Nie Fin was standing together with a middle-aged general, and behind Nie Fin was the old man that followed behind Nie Fin like a shadow. Duan Lingtian hadn't seen this old man in the divine Might Marquis estate before, but now, relying on the perception of his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor, he could practically confirm. This old man was a half-step void stage expert. Looks like Uncle Nie isn't the only half-step void stage expert in the divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. The status of the divine Might Marquis estate in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was only inferior to the imperial family. Coupled with the presence of a true void stage expert holding down the fort, there ought to be no lack of half-step void stage experts within it. Although that void stage expert wasn't what he used to be, a horse is still a horse. No one dared look down upon the divine Might Marquis estate's resources. The old man seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian looking at him, and his muddy eyes squinted as he nodded to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. He was still extremely respectful towards the members of the divine Might Marquis estate. Before long, the 12 students of the Star Mastermind Department of Paladin Academy had all arrived. In addition, 2 middle-aged men dressed like scholars slowly walked in. He should be at the level of a military advisor, Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. Humph. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a cold snort. At the same time, he felt a cold gaze on him. He didn't need to turn around to know whose gaze it was. Commander Nya, these two are the strategists of our army. The middle-aged general standing beside Nya Fen introduced the two middle-aged scholars to Nya Fen. Nya Fen nodded slightly at the two middle-aged scholars. Greetings, military advisors. The two middle-aged scholars were flattered. Greetings, Commander Nya. Even though Nya Fen was young, they didn't dare underestimate him, as he was the only son of the divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Nya Yuan, whose might shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. His status was extraordinary, and it was far from something they could compare to. General, these 12 are the elite students of the Star Mastermind Department that Paladin Academy sent out this time. Nya Fen looked at Duan Lingtian, Gu Xian, and the others as he introduced them with a smile. Oh, the middle-aged general called General He, or in other words, the general that commanded the entire border army of relentless, thriving city, swept his gaze past Duan Lingtian and the others. When his gaze descended onto Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, it slightly focused. In his impression, Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students at this age seemed to be only first or second-year students, right? Such young students, even if they came to the battlefield, seemed to be unable to be of any help. After all, according to past practice, Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students would only start to deeply research and comprehend military strategies when they reached 4th year and above. In next to no time, his expression froze, because he saw Duan Lingtian. This person ought to be at most 18 years old, right? General, he frowned as he looked at the youth before him. Wasn't Paladin Academy taking this too lightly? Yes. When Duan Lingtian saw General He's expression, he naturally knew that General He was looking down on him because of his young age. He didn't mind. Time would prove everything. General He, don't look down on this person. He's the most renowned, peerless genius in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Nya Fen looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned as he spoke. Oh. General He pondered for a moment when he heard this, and his gaze abruptly shone. Could it be that he's that Duan Lingtian of the Duan clan? An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist? Exactly. Nya Fen lightly nodded. Excuse me. After knowing Duan Lingtian's background, General He's gaze when looking at Duan Lingtian was completely different. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't have much research in the Tao of Mastermind, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao was sufficient to make him admire him. Cloud Continent had always been a world where the strong were respected. As far as he was concerned, an 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist would surely be a great evil when he matured in the future. Greetings, General He. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the middle-aged general before him. Since the general was courteous, he naturally wouldn't be disrespectful. Your General He? General He weigh in? Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out. It was Gu Xian who stood at the side that spoke. This is He Wei, and was slightly surprised that the young man with an extraordinary bearing before him was able to call out his name. General He, I've heard my father say since long ago that you're a pillar of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. These past few years, it was all because of General He that the northwest border was able to defend against the numerous attacks of the Southern Champion Kingdom. Gu Xian lightly smiled as he spoke slowly. You really know how to flatter. Xiao soon grunted in a low voice and spoke with a voice that was like a mosquito. Little brother, you're too kind. I don't dare accept your praise. The northwest border being able to defend these past few years was mostly because of the divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Lord Nya Yuan. I wonder who your father is. Although He Weian was modest, he still had a smile on his face from the praise. Gu Yuting is my father. Gu Xian had a refined and courteous appearance. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile. He was able to discern. This Gu Xian intentionally flattered this general, and did so much foreshadowing for the sake of this moment. Prime Minister Gu. He Wei and was instantly greatly shocked when he heard this. So it's the young master of the Prime Minister's family. I've truly been rude. Greetings, young Master Gu. The two middle-aged scholars that stood at the side couldn't help but be moved, and they bowed to Gu Xian together. For a time, Gu Xian became the center of attention in the entire tent. Although Gu Xian's words were modest, the arrogance and complacency on his face was something that anyone could discern. I've long since heard that young Master Gu has inherited the wisdom of the Lord Prime Minister. Since you're able to come assist our army this time, it looks like our army's plan to breach the southern barbaric city is just around the corner. He Wei and laughed heartily. As for the two middle-aged scholars, they flattered one after another as well. General, he and the two strategists are too kind. How can I compare to my father? Gu Xian smiled modestly, but his eyes were filled with complacency as he occasionally swept his gaze past Duan Lingtian, wanting to show off his prowess in front of Duan Lingtian. But he instead noticed with embarrassment that Duan Lingtian didn't even look at him from the beginning until the end. It was as if Duan Lingtian disdained all of this. Duan Lingtian. Gu Xian secretly gnashed his teeth in hatred, and a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard what He Weian said. Breach the southern barbaric city? It looked like the arrival of the reinforcements this time had greatly increased the morale of the Crimson Sky Kingdom side, and they were preparing to turn defense into offense. Young Master Gu, everyone, please come forward and take a look at the layout of the southern barbaric city. See if there's any way to smoothly breach the southern barbaric city and spread the might of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Meanwhile, He Weian had returned to the side of the layout of the southern barbaric city, and at the same time he invited the group of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students to come forward. Instantly, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Lingtian, stood forward. For a time, the surroundings of the layout became crowded. There were even 3 Star Mastermind Department senior students that were unable to squeeze forward. Humph! Gu Xian coldly grunted when he saw Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrive before the model, then said in disdain, "Those first-year students, stop seizing positions here and pretending to know when you don't, right? Don't you see that there are still 3 fifth-year students squeezed behind you?" Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces went grim when they heard Gu Xian's ridicule, and they both glared angrily at Gu Xian. Duan Lingtian had only just glanced at the layout of the southern barbaric city when he heard what Gu Xian said, and he slowly raised his head to glance coldly and indifferently at Gu Xian. In this way, young Master Gu feels that we're unable to help, whereas you two are able to come up with a plan and assist the army in breaching the southern barbaric city in one go. Of course, there's no difference between having the 3 of you and not having the 3 of you. Gu Xian had a proud expression as he spoke bluntly. Young Master Gu, this place doesn't seem to be your Prime Minister's estate, right? Aren't your actions a bit trying to usurp the role of the host? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Humph. I'm only thinking of the overall situation. General He, what do you think? Shouldn't the 3 of them give way to the other 3 fifth-year students of our Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department? Gu Xian glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain, then looked at He Wei and this. He Weian looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated for a moment before an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Little brother Lingtian, why don't you too? He did indeed admire Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao, but coming up with a plan for the army and war had nothing to do with natural talent in the martial Tao. At the same time, he didn't think that these 3 first-year students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department would have any good plans. I understand. Duan Lingtian spoke out to interrupt He Weian, then nodded and used his gaze to stop Niefan who was about to speak before calling out to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Xiao Yu! Xiao Sun! Since this place doesn't need us, then there's no need for us to stay here. What do you two think? Let's go. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun snorted coldly, then left the tent with Duan Lingtian. Nia Fen swept Gu Xian with his gaze, and a trace of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. This Gu Xian, said Duan Lingtian, was useless? Could it be that he could think of a brilliant plan, like crossing the sea by deception? Chapter 207. After leaving the tent, Xiao Sun had an indignant expression. Duan Lingtian, that Gu Xian has gone too far. A trace of a bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he smiled. Xiao Sun, some people want to bring disgrace upon themselves. Why be angry with him? Xiao Sun and Xiao, you were both stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, as they didn't understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Do you think it's so easy to take down southern barbaric city? Just wait for that Gu Xian to make a fool of himself. Humph. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of disdain. Earlier, although he'd only glanced at the layout of southern barbaric city, he'd already understood it clearly. He knew clearly in his heart that even with the Crimson WYRM army as reinforcements, it would still be extremely difficult to take down southern barbaric city. Not only that, southern barbaric city was a natural stronghold, and if they were unable to take it in one go, they would suffer an extremely great loss. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun seemed to understand when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Half a month later, the Crimson Sky Kingdom prepared to send out troops to attack southern barbaric city. As expected, Gu Xian became the strategist for this battle. Duan Lingtian, that Gu Xian is about to follow the army to command. How can you still sleep? Xiao Sun had an anxious expression when he saw Duan Lingtian lying on the bed in the middle of the day. What are you anxious about? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Xiao Sun and Xiao, you were slightly speechless towards Duan Lingtian's reaction. Only 3 days later, when the army that went to attack southern barbaric city 15 kilometers away returned, did they finally understand the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words that day. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was attacking Southern Champion Kingdom. Southern barbaric city was as steady as Mount Tai, whereas the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the 10,000 Crimson WYRM army retreated in time under the lead of Niefan, and only a portion of them suffered light injuries, whereas the 300 General Galaxy students of Paladin Academy followed the Crimson WYRM army and returned alive. The Border Army, however, suffered over 10,000 casualties. Duan Lingtian, you were so confident half a month ago. Could it be that you've already determined that it's impossible for Gu Xian to command the breaching of southern barbaric city? Xiao Sun was also greatly shocked when he heard this news. He looked towards Duan Lingtian and asked, it isn't so easy to breach southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian said calmly. When he saw the layout of southern barbaric city at that time, he knew that unless he utilized the 36 stratagems of taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, sneaking around and borrowing arrows from straw boats, otherwise it would be impossible to break through southern barbaric city. As for these 3 stratagems of the 36 stratagems, even that Gu Xian probably wouldn't be able to think of them even in his dreams. If it were you, would you have a solution? Xiao Sun's eyes lit up as he asked, what do you think? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he replied with a question. At this moment, Xiao Sun could clearly sense the strong confidence Duan Lingtian displayed, and he knew that Duan Lingtian surely had a solution. Duan Lingtian, isn't it slightly inappropriate for you to do this? Since you had a solution, why didn't you speak of it that day? Xiao Yu, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, frowned. After all, the border army had lost over 10,000 people this time. Those were all living beings. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Xiao Yu, you were present at the incident last time and saw it clearly. It's fine that Gu Xian intentionally squeezed us out, but in the end, that general, he actually believed what he said and asked us to leave. Do you think that at that time, even if I said I had a way to breach southern barbaric city, would that general he believe me? Would those two strategists believe me? So, the death of those 10,000 plus soldiers, if you want to blame someone, then you can only blame General He and Gu Xian. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he had a cold smile on his face. Of course, there were still some things that Duan Lingtian didn't say. Before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army set out to battle this time, Niefan had come to look for him and told him of Gu Xian's scheme. At that time, Duan Lingtian had discerned that the scheme had two obvious flaws. However, an ordinary person was utterly unable to discern those two flaws, and even if he reminded them, others wouldn't believe him. However, so long as a critical moment arrived, those two flaws would surely be exposed. So he reminded Niefan, so long as he noticed that the situation was bad, he should immediately lead the Crimson WYRM army to retreat from the battlefield without the slightest hesitation. If it wasn't for him reminding Niefan, it would be impossible for the 10,000 plus soldiers of the Crimson WYRM army to return in one piece. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, and he knew that what Duan Lingtian said made sense. He smiled apologetically to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I shouldn't have scolded you. I was too impulsive. It's fine. After all, that's over 10,000 lives. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't mind. Humph. That Gu Xian was so arrogant and conceited that day. Let's see if he dares to be so complacent this time. Supposedly, after they returned today, they stayed within the central tent. Gu Xian's expression is probably as unsightly as it can be right now. Xiao Sun grunted coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. The defeat this time can be said to be the responsibility of him alone. It's all because something went wrong with his scheme. A trace of coldness flashed within Xiao Yu's eyes. That Gu Xian has completely lost face for the Prime Minister's estate this time. Even if Prime Minister Gu knew of this, he would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. A few words and a lousy scheme caused the death of over 10,000 officers. I'm afraid only that Gu Xian is capable of doing this. I still remember the flattering appearance of General He and the two strategists when they were in front of Gu Xian that day. They even said that Gu Xian had inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom. I'm really curious, what sort of expression will they have when they face Gu Xian once more? As Xiao Sun finished speaking, although he didn't have any intention of disrespecting the over 10,000 officers and soldiers that had died, he still slightly took pleasure in their misfortune. Presently, the expressions of He Wei and the two strategists under his command were naturally unsightly. 11,352 of our brothers have died. Within the spacious tent, He Wei's expression was extremely unsightly, and he had an ashamed and resentful expression as he looked at Gu Xian, who had an unsightly expression, as if he'd forgotten Gu Xian's distinguished identity. Gu Xian, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Our border army fully cooperated with your scheme, but over 10,000 of our people were cheated and killed by the Southern Champion Kingdom. Didn't you say that your scheme was foolproof? He Wei's face was crimson red, and he burst into rage. He Weian was able to possess his current status and make an army of 100,000 submit to him, and he'd relied on himself to climb step by step to get to where he was today. Normally, he was even famous for cherishing his subordinates. Once, a centurion under his command was assassinated by someone from the Southern Champion Kingdom that had infiltrated relentless, thriving city. He went to the Southern Champion Kingdom by himself and infiltrated Southern Barbaric City to kill 2 of their Kiliarchs. After that incident, he was called Madman by the people of the Southern Barbaric Kingdom. Since then, the people of the Southern Barbaric Kingdom didn't dare carry out assassinations again. He weigh in. This young master has already said that it was the people of the Southern Champion Kingdom that were too cunning. Gu Xian's face sank as he repeated himself. The people of the Southern Champion Kingdom were too cunning? What excuse was this? Pooh! He Wei and was angered to the point his face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he pointed at Gu Xian and roared with grief and indignation. Gu Xian, if it wasn't for you being the son of the Lord Prime Minister, you've caused the death of over 10,000 of my brothers, and just this crime alone would cause you to die for sure today. This time, if it was one of his strategists that had cheated over 10,000 officers to death, he would have directly attacked and killed that strategist long ago. But Gu Xian's background was too strong, otherwise he would absolutely not allow Gu Xian to live for even a second longer. What, you still want to kill me? Gu Xian's face sank as he sneered. It's only 10,000 lowly lives. Do you think they can compare to this young master's noble life? Presently, various pressures descended onto Gu Xian, causing him to be on the verge of collapse and almost lose all reason. If it was the usual him, he would surely not speak such words in an occasion like this. What did you say? He Wei En's face went grim as he was angered to the point of repeatedly spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and the killing intent on his body couldn't be suppressed any longer and was on the verge of bursting out. The eyes of Niefeng, who hadn't spoken all along, went cold, and he kicked out, directly sending Gu Xian flying. He coldly shouted, Gu Xian, you caused the death of so many brothers. Not only did you not apologize, you actually said such heartless words. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of Prime Minister Gu. Niefeng, you dare touch me. Gu Xian stood up. His eyes went cold as hatred shot into the sky. Big brother Gu Xian. The two Paladin Academy's star mastermind department students that had always been by Gu Xian's side hurriedly stopped Gu Xian, and they had bitter smiles on their faces. What, you two think it's my fault as well? Gu Xian's face sank. Big brother Gu Xian, what you said earlier was indeed going too far. That's right. That's 10,000 lives. The two of them laughed bitterly. At this moment, Gu Xian took a deep breath and calmed down, realizing that he was indeed too impulsive earlier. However, it was impossible for him to apologize and admit his mistake. He was the son of the Prime Minister, a high and mighty existence. How could he easily apologize to another? Kill Gu Xian. Make him pay with his life for the lives of over 10,000 brothers. Kill Gu Xian. Pay with his life. Right at this moment, deafening voices resounded throughout the entire campsite with a vast momentum. Gu Xian's face went grim. Niefeng frowned and walked out in large strides. With a glance. Only now did Niefeng notice that besides the 10,000-plus officers of the Crimson WYRM army under his command, the remaining 90,000 officers of the Border Army were all gathered around this tent, and all of them had faces full of rage. They had come to take revenge for the deaths of over 10,000 brothers. What son of the Prime Minister? They didn't care. They only wanted to use Gu Xian's fresh blood to comfort the souls of their 10,000 brothers in heaven. If you don't want to die, it's best if you don't go out. He Wei En's icy cold gaze swept past Gu Xian, who was terrified to the point his face went pale and his legs were trembling. He took a deep breath and walked out of the tent with crimson red eyes. General! Right at the instant He Wei En walked out of the tent, the 90,000 officers outside the tent directly knelt on the ground. Bang! 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 It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were collapsing. I've let down my dead brothers. The tears in He Wei En's eyes couldn't be restrained any longer when he saw this scene. Men don't easily shed tears, and it's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. General, it's not your fault. It's all Gu Xian's fault. Exactly, if it wasn't for him asking the brothers to go deep, those brothers wouldn't have died. He asked the brothers to give their lives away. We suspect that he's a spy from the Southern Champion Kingdom. Kill him! Kill him! The crowd of border army officers were in high spirits. Chapter 208. When Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun walked out of the tent together, they were shocked as well. A dense mass of nearly 90,000 officers and soldiers knelt before the central tent with mixed feelings of grief and indignation. Waves of voices swept out and practically spread throughout the entire Relentless Thriving City, causing Relentless Thriving City to seem as if it was enveloped in a layer of haze. The residents of Relentless Thriving City were now gathered in the streets and alleys, and all of them had dejected expressions. I originally thought that since the Crimson WYRM army had arrived, they would surely be able to cooperate with the border army to dampen the spirit of the Southern Champion Kingdom. But I never imagined that they would actually return in crushing defeat. Humph. This matter isn't related to the Crimson WYRM army in the slightest. It was entirely that bullshit military advisor who blindly commanded, causing the border army to lose over 10,000 officers and soldiers. How do you know? I have a cousin brother in the border army, and now he and his brothers are asking General He for orders to kill that bullshit military advisor. A military advisor caused the death of over 10,000 officers and soldiers. He deserves death. Why does he still need to ask for orders? That military advisor's identity isn't simple. He's the son of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Prime Minister, and his name is Gu Xian. All over Shaoxing City, similar remarks were being spread everywhere. For a time, the crowd outside was in an impassioned mood. He Wei and stood before the central tent with teary eyes as he looked at the nearly 90,000 officers and soldiers before him with a mournful expression, and for a moment he was speechless. General, if you're worried that Gu Xian is the son of the Prime Minister, then we can make a move ourselves. We're not afraid. Right. We're not afraid. General, even though casualties can't be avoided when marching to war, this time if we kill over 10,000 of the Southern Champion Kingdom soldiers, then we'll admit it. But this time, over 10,000 of our brothers have died, whereas the Southern Champion Kingdom's casualties are less than 1,000. Our brothers can't die for nothing. The eyes of the group of officers and soldiers were crimson red as their imposing auras shot into the sky. Over 10,000 of our own people have died, whereas the enemy's casualties are less than 1,000. Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he expected that Gu Xian's plan wouldn't work, he never expected that it would be such a trap. He knew clearly in his heart. Even if this Gu Xian was able to survive today, he would probably go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Not to mention inheriting the position of Prime Minister. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were also stunned. Previously, they only knew that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's side had lost tens of thousands of soldiers, but they didn't know the exact losses of the other side. Now that he had heard of the other party's losses, he was momentarily speechless. More than 10,000 people died in exchange for less than 1,000 lives. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. This Gu Xian deserves to die. Xiao Sun's face sank. More than 10,000 strong men were killed by Gu Xian, just like that. It was simply an act that angered both man and God. In the central tent, Gu Xian's face was pale as he sat on the ground. His legs were weak, and he couldn't stand up for a long time. He could feel the anger of the border army soldiers outside. He had no doubt that if he ran out at this time, he would definitely be torn to pieces. I want to leave this place. I want to leave this place. Suddenly, Gu Xian's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed onto his last life-saving straw. Brother Gu Xian, you go out and apologize. The two people who had been following Gu Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Apologize? Gu Xian's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold. You want me to apologize? Impossible. Outside, no matter how He Wei tried to persuade them, the group of soldiers were unwilling to retreat. If Gu Xian doesn't die, we'll kneel and never get up. Right. If Gu Xian doesn't die, we'll kneel and never get up. The tone of the group of soldiers was resolute. In the end, He Wei really didn't know how to persuade them. He could only look at the nearby Niafun for help, wanting to see if Niafun had any ideas. Niafun nodded to He Wei and stood out. Brothers, I'm the Crimson WIRM Army's commander, Niafun. Niafun looked at the nearly 90,000 soldiers of the border army with a sorrowful expression. I, General He, am as sorrowful as all of you towards the over 10,000 brothers that died in the war, but the dead are gone. Why are all of you still making things difficult for General He? I guarantee all of you that as long as all of you stand up now and return, we'll expel Gu Xian from Relentless Thriving City and make him fuck off back to the Imperial City. Also, within 3 days at most, we'll send troops out again to take revenge for the over 10,000 brothers that died. Niafun's voice was resolute. Seeing the group of border army soldiers seeming to be indifferent, Niafun continued, I know that all of you are doubtful of my promise, but all of you saw yesterday's matter with your own 2 eyes. Do all of you know why I was able to notice the change in the situation in time and lead the over 10,000 brothers of the Crimson WIRM Army to cover everyone's retreat? Niafun's words caused the gazes of the border army soldiers present to abruptly light up as they looked at Niafun. Niafun continued, Actually, this wasn't because I had foresight, but because there was a student from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department who reminded me before I set out. If I noticed a certain situation, I must resolutely retreat. General Nia, didn't all the students from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department participate in the planning of this war strategy? Since he knew beforehand that there was a flaw, why didn't he speak of it in time to avoid this disaster? A military advisor standing behind, He Wei frowned and was slightly angry. He wasn't within the tent at that time, nor did he participate in the planning. Niafun looked at this military advisor with a calm gaze. Could it be? He Wei seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils constricted. He still didn't dare believe it. If it was really like that, then he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance when he suddenly heard Niafun's words and noticed that Niafun was looking at him. He knew that Niafun was surely planning to sell him out. Duan Lingtian shook his head and brought along the puzzled Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun as he walked over in large strides to stand by Niafun's side. It's you guys. The expressions of the 2 military advisors behind He Wei went grim, and their eyes revealed disbelief. Could it be that the Star Mastermind Department student commander Nia spoke of that reminded him was these 3 Grade 1 students? The Grade 1 students that were disdained and expelled by them that day? Their expressions became slightly unsightly. This person beside me is the peerless genius that gave rise to much discussion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom recently, Duan Lingtian. Others only know that Brother Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao is peerless, but they don't know that he also has an extremely brilliant and unique understanding of war strategy. Before I left for the expedition, it was he who told me to be on guard against 2 situations, and that if one of them appeared, I must retreat at the first possible moment. At the beginning, I thought that he was exaggerating about those 2 situations, but only when one of them really appeared did I realize that his initial judgment was wrong. So, I made a prompt decision to lead the Crimson WIRM Army officers to cover your retreat. Otherwise, you wouldn't have only lost over 10,000 brothers, but even 30,000, 40,000, or even 50,000. Niafun's voice was loud and extremely infectious. General Niafun, you saved us, and we're all grateful to you. But there's something I don't understand. Since this little brother is also a star mastermind department student, and since he saw through the flaw in the strategy Gu Xian formulated. Why do we still carry out the attack according to Gu Xian's strategy? The captain of the border army that knelt at the front asked the question that was on the minds of most people present. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stood out. I can tell you this. For a moment, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was narrating a matter that had nothing to do with him. That day, the two behind me and I had originally participated in the strategic planning against the southern barbaric city. But later on, Gu Xian said that we would only be in the way and be completely useless. Without us, he would still have the confidence to breach the southern barbaric city. At that time, your general He's mind was confused by Gu Xian's words, and he felt that we were young, and felt that we were only grade 1 students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department, so he expelled us. Later on, although I saw through the flaw in Gu Xian's strategy, if that flaw didn't go through actual combat, it would be difficult for others to believe. Moreover, with our status at that time, even if we said it, no one would believe us. Duan Lingtian slowly spoke. I can testify to this, Niefan added. At that time, even I didn't really believe the so-called flaw that Brother Lingtian spoke of. Otherwise, I would absolutely not let my 10,000-plus brothers of the Crimson WIRM army take the risk. Duan Lingtian's words caused torrential flames of rage to accumulate within the hearts of the group of border army soldiers. Niafun's words were like a fuse that ignited their flames of rage, causing them to completely erupt. It's that Gu Xian again. You don't have the ability, yet you're still jealous of talent and squeezing out this brother Lingtian, who's both intelligent and courageous. For a moment, the group of border army soldiers all spoke with grief and indignation. Thump! Suddenly, the scene went deathly silent, and only the sound of kneeling could be heard. It was He Wei and who had a flushed face as he knelt before the group of soldiers. Brothers, I didn't consider this matter thoroughly. It's all my He Wei An's fault. General He, why do you have to be like this? You were instigated by others. After all, with our age and experience, no normal person would believe us. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as his voice spread out. Exactly, Brother Lingtian is right. This matter has nothing to do with the general. It has nothing to do with the general. The group of soldiers all spoke out in loud voices. He Wei An's eyes emitted a trace of gratitude when he saw Duan Lingtian speaking up for him, and he had a face full of guilt. Duan Lingtian. Within the tent, Gu Xian gnashed his teeth with a face full of hatred. Wasn't Duan Lingtian pushing all the responsibility onto him by saying this? Although he had to admit that it was indeed his responsibility. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's words sounded out from outside, causing Gu Xian's gaze to light up. Chapter 209. I believe that all of you don't want anything to happen to General He as well, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the group of soldiers before him. Instantly, the scene was deathly silent. The nearly 90,000 soldiers had now gone silent. All right, everyone. Today, in front of everyone, I, Duan Lingtian, make a military pledge. 3 days from now, our side will surely breach the southern barbaric city and directly attack the enemy's stronghold to take revenge for the 10,000-plus brothers that have died. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly louder, and his momentum shot into the sky like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian's words caused the eyes of the nearly 90,000 soldiers to light up. Now, they didn't dare underestimate this violet-clothed youth. This was a figure that had once seen through the flaws in the battle strategy formulated by Gu Xian. With Niefan as a witness, they firmly believed this without the slightest doubt. All of you stand up. Properly recuperate and accumulate strength. 3 days from now, we'll attack the southern barbaric city, and wash away our humiliation. Duan Lingtian's voice abruptly became louder, and it was extremely infectious. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, the nearly 90,000 border army soldiers that were kneeling on the ground stood up one after another, and all of them had excited expressions. Wash away our humiliation! Wash away our humiliation! Amidst the mighty and excited shouts, the nearly 90,000 soldiers all retreated. At this moment, no one present dared underestimate the violet-clothed youth that stood there. If he's able to continue staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then he'll surely be a figure on the same level as the divine Might Marquis in the future. No, he might even surpass the divine Might Marquis. He Wei and was slightly moved when he saw the group of brothers under his command being persuaded to retreat by Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted reverence. This youth had obtained his respect. This kid, he's stolen my limelight. Nia Fun's brows raised. Then he shook his head and laughed as he muttered to himself. General He, send some unrelated people away. Otherwise, I won't have the mood to discuss strategy with all of you. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto He Weian, and it seemed as if he was referring to something. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. He Weian nodded and returned to the tent. He looked at Gu Xian and said, Young Master Gu, I'll arrange a horse for you immediately. Please leave. Then why aren't you making the arrangements? Gu Xian glared. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. Right now, he only wanted to return to the imperial city and live his life as a young master. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. Shao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed. You didn't see the faces of General He and those two strategists just now. It was as marvelous as marvelous. However, you didn't tell us that you also reminded Commander Nia of the flaws in Gu Xian's strategy. Don't you know now? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Shao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and didn't know what to say for a long time. In the end, he could only spit out two words. Pervert! Soon, Gu Xian appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. Humph! Gu Xian coldly swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze and sneered. Duan Lingtian, don't think I'll be grateful to you. Also, don't be complacent. You're just a grade 1 student of the Star Mastermind Department. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You think you can think of a way to breach Southern Barbaric City? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Shao Sun couldn't watch any longer and ridiculed. That's still better than some people's lousy strategy that cheated over 10,000 soldiers to death. I'm really curious what will happen if His Majesty the Emperor finds out about this. At that time, even if the Prime Minister is able to save your life, the punishment shouldn't be light, right? You, Gu Xian was angered by Shao Sun to the point his face went pale. Young Master Gu, you can leave now. Right at this moment, He Weian's cold and indifferent voice sounded out. Gu Xian glared angrily at Shao Sun. Then his icy cold gaze swept past Duan Lingtian once more before leaving. He really got off easy. Shao Sun's face sank when he saw Gu Xian leave. That might not be the case. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a mysterious and unfathomable expression. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Nia Fun walked side by side into the tent. He Weian and the two strategists walked in as well. Presently, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by everyone like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Brother Lingtian, I apologize for what happened last time. He Weian looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere expression. General He, there's no need to be like this. I've already said that you were prejudiced by the interference of some people. Coupled with my age, it's extremely difficult to convince others. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled with an indifferent expression. Brother Lingtian has such bearing at such an age. You'll surely be a peerless figure in the future. He Wei spoke in admiration. "General, there's no need to be courteous with me. Let's get down to business." Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto the model layout of the southern barbaric city before him. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, and he slowly spoke as he pointed. He had the imposing manner of passing judgment on the world. In his previous life, Duan Lingtian had ingeniously used the 36 stratagems that had been passed down since ancient times in the Hua nation on Earth, such as taking drastic measures to deal with the situation and borrowing arrows with straw boats. Before long, almost everyone present was immersed in the stratagems that Duan Lingtian formulated. After a long time, wonderful, too wonderful, especially this grass boat borrowing arrows, it fully utilized the wide moat outside the southern barbaric city. We originally didn't have many bows and arrows, and if we used bows and arrows to forcefully attack, we could only hold on for a while. But now it's different. We can completely take their arrows for our own use. He Wei had been in the army for many years and had abundant experience. His acute sense of smell told him that with the combination of these 3 stratagems, as long as he grasped the right timing, he would surely be able to take down the southern barbaric city. The other 2 strategists reacted as well, and they looked at Duan Lingtian as they respectfully bowed. "Brother Lingtian is a genius." Niafen glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. The shock in his heart wasn't any less than He Wei and's group of 3. Although he'd seen Duan Lingtian's stratagem of crossing the sea by deception, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to think of so many brilliant stratagems. Moreover, the 3 brilliant stratagems that Duan Lingtian spoke of now were even more closely linked, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. All the Star Mastermind Department students looked at the violet-clothed youth before them in disbelief. They even wished for nothing more than to break open the youth's head and see what was actually inside. Even the 2 people who were originally by Gu Xian's side and had always been hostile towards Duan Lingtian could see admiration in each other's eyes when they glanced at each other. The stratagem that we formulated today is only a rough idea. Once we're on the battlefield, we'll have to improvise according to the situation. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he saw the shock on everyone's faces. The 36 stratagems were the treasures that were passed down from the ancient ancestors of China on Earth in his previous life. If used properly, one would be invincible in battle. I believe that with Brother Lingtian commanding us, we'll surely be able to obtain a great victory. A smile appeared on He Wei-en's face as well, and his eyes seemed to be slightly excited, because he could finally take revenge for the 10,000+ brothers that had died under his command. Then we'll depart 3 days later. Our Crimson WRM army will be in charge of the assault, and your border army will be in charge of the frontal assault. Niafen nodded as well and made the decision. In next to no time, everyone dispersed one after another. 3 days later, they'd set out for southern barbaric city and wash away their previous disgrace. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian when he'd just returned to the tent and asked, "Duan Lingtian, what the heck is in your head? Taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, sneaking around, borrowing money with straw boats. I've never heard of these stratagems before. How did you think of them? Also, when Gu Xian left, what did you mean when you said that might not be the case?" Duan Lingtian shrugged. "Xiao Sun, how do you want me to answer you with so many questions? I can't be bothered with you. When the time comes, you'll naturally know." Xiao Sun laughed bitterly. Xiao Yu, however, seemed to have long since known that this would be the outcome, so he didn't ask a single word. Even so, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely complicated. Perhaps being able to become friends with Duan Lingtian in this lifetime could be considered as his greatest gain and honor. Outside Relentless Thriving City, a fine horse galloped out. A young man in a slightly sorry state ceaselessly clamped his legs onto the horse's belly, and the horsewhip in his hand didn't stop ceaselessly spurring the horse beneath him to speed up without end. After galloping for a few kilometers, the young man noticed that the speed of the horse beneath him had slowed down. In next to no time, the horse directly fell down, foaming at the mouth and not making a sound. Obviously, it had been poisoned to death. The young man's face went grim as he faintly realized that there was something strange about this matter. Right at this moment. "Giddy up! Giddy up!" 10 tall horses galloped over, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the young man in the center. On the 10 horses were 10 middle-aged men in casual clothes, and they were currently staring at the young man with cold and indifferent expressions. Their eyes flickered with bloodthirsty, killing intent. "You all. I know you. You're a captain of the border army. And you're a captain as well." The young man felt that these people were familiar at the beginning, and in next to no time he recalled them. These people had respectfully obeyed his orders on the battlefield yesterday and led the army to attack southern barbaric city. "Young Master Gu, when you're on the road to hell, remember to apologize to our 10,000+ brothers." One of the captains that was recognized shot an icy cold gaze at the young man, as if he was looking at a dead man. "You all. How audacious of you. I'm the son of the Prime Minister. You all dare touch me?" The young man was precisely Gu Xian. Gu Xian never imagined that after escaping relentless thriving city, he would actually encounter the border army's pursuit, and his expression was incomparably unsightly. "The son of the Prime Minister?" Another captain sneered. "If it wasn't for you being the son of the Prime Minister, do you think you'd be able to walk out of our campsite? If it wasn't for us being worried that the general would be implicated, do you think we would be so kind as to let you leave? That's over 10,000 lives." As he finished speaking, this captain was slightly hysterical. You all can't kill me. You can't kill me. So long as you don't kill me, I'll give you anything you want. Glory, splendor, wealth, a group of beauties. I can give you anything you want." Gu Xian was afraid. He was truly afraid. Chapter 210. Do you think that the lives of over 10,000 of our brothers can be measured by other things? Another captain spoke out with a cold and indifferent voice, and his body even emitted dense, killing intent. "If something happens to me, aren't you afraid my father will look for trouble with your border army?" Gu Xian's face sank when he saw the 10 captains remaining indifferent. Since the soft approach didn't work, he used the hard approach. Instantly, all the captains looked at each other, and in the end, they couldn't refrain from laughing. "Young Master Gu, everyone knows that our general has already let you go, and you've left relentless, thriving city. Do you think that even if you died outside, this matter would implicate our general? Others would only think that you encountered bandits on the way and were robbed of your wealth and life. So, young Master Gu, you don't have to worry about our general." The captains mocked him all at once, causing Gu Xian's face to become more and more unsightly. He naturally knew that what these people said was true. Now he regretted it. He shouldn't have left the border army's campsite. Even if he was shameless, he should have stayed at the border army's campsite and waited for the Crimson WYRM army to return with him. At the very least, he would be able to keep his life like this. "No, don't kill me." Gu Xian's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted deep terror. But unfortunately, no matter how he begged for mercy, under the hands of the 10 extremely furious captains, he was unable to escape death in the end. Even if he was a 3rd-level origin core stage martial artist. But before these 10 captains of the border army that were like wolves and tigers, he was still unable to withstand a single blow. Gu Xian was killed as expected, and his corpse was buried in the wilderness. Perhaps it would never be discovered by anyone. They're rather nimble. Deep into the night, relentless, thriving city, at an inconspicuous corner of the border army's campsite, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Presently, there are two other people standing before Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang. Duan Lingtian had just found out about the matter of Gu Xian being killed from Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Perhaps even those 10 captains of the border army never imagined that everything they did was seen by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. That Gu Xian's death isn't worth regretting. When Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang mentioned Gu Xian, they were extremely angry. They were all high-ranking officers in the army, and they were also furious at the fact that Gu Xian had killed tens of thousands of border soldiers. All right, it's all in the past. Just wait for the show in 3 days. A confident expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 3 days later, Shaoxing City once again dispatched troops towards the direction of the Southern Dynasty Kingdom to attack the southern barbarian city that was 15 kilometers away. Infantry made up more than half of the border army. So the Crimson WRM army and the border army combined to form an army of 100,000 still required an entire day's time to head to southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse forward and walked at the front with Nia Fun and He Weian. They set out early in the morning, and as the sun set in the west, the 100,000-strong army arrived outside a mountain range. The Hengduan Mountains in the distance attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The Hengduan mountain range seemed to have been forcefully split open by an almighty with unparalleled strength. Brother Lingtian will arrive at southern barbaric city after crossing this Hengduan mountain range. We'll be resting on the other side of the Hengduan mountain range tonight, He Weian reminded. Duan Lingtian nodded, but his gaze never left the Hengduan mountain range. What? Brother Lingtian is interested in this Hengduan mountain range? He Weian asked with a smile. I feel that the ravine in the middle of this mountain range doesn't seem to be naturally formed. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Brother Lingtian, there's a legend in our northwest border. According to the legend, a very, very long time ago, 2 experts had once descended here and started a great battle that shook the heavens and the earth. In the end, one of the experts made a move and slashed this mountain range apart with a single strike of his saber, whereas the ravine in the middle of the Hengduan mountain range, which is this path, was precisely slashed open by that expert with a single strike of his saber. He Weian slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded. This legend was most likely true. Moreover, the strength of that expert wasn't weak. Who knows how many years have passed since that expert made a move? That expert has probably already transformed into a pile of dirt. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, in Cloud Continent, even if someone as strong as Emperor Wu had a long lifespan, there would still be an end to it. After passing through the ravine in the middle of the mountain range, the army of 100,000 arrived at the other side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, the sky had already gradually darkened. The army of 100,000 set up numerous tents on the spot. Night descended. Duan Lingtian, sleep early. We still have to attack the southern barbaric city tomorrow morning. Shao Sun informed Duan Lingtian before returning to his tent and lying down to rest. Shao Yu followed in as well. They were slightly anticipating the battle to attack the city tomorrow in their hearts. Duan Lingtian, however, wasn't sleepy. Their tent was close to the side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto a nearby enormous rock. There was a pool of liquid on the enormous rock. The liquid was crimson in color, and this was a pure color. Duan Lingtian walked over, dipped a trace of the liquid, and brought it close to his nose to smell it. It's wine. Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed that when the smell of wine entered his nose, it actually caused the origin energy in his body to become turbulent. This isn't an ordinary wine. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he started searching for related records in the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Within Cloud Continent, there weren't many wines that had an effect on origin energy. especially a wine that appeared in a remote mountain forest like this. In the end, Duan Lingtian locked onto one of the wines. Monkey wine. Monkey wine was usually brewed from the ferocious beast, stone monkey, and was brewed by the stone monkey by gathering treasures of heaven and earth. When consumed by martial artists below the void prying stage, it was greatly helpful to their cultivation. Normally, this wine would only appear in places where stone monkeys appeared. Even if it was Samsara Emperor who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, he'd only encountered stone monkeys in 5 places and seized monkey wine. Moreover, his cultivation was already at the void prying stage at that time, and seizing the monkey wine from the stone monkeys was only for the sake of tasting the strength of the monkey wine. Looks like it's very likely that stone monkeys exist within this Hengduan mountain range. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he silently flashed out and searched all along the way, and he noticed some scattered traces of monkey wine. According to his guess, there ought to be stone monkeys that came here to drink monkey wine. Before long, Duan Lingtian arrived at the foot of a mountain at the side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, Duan Lingtian was already extremely far away from the place where the army of 100,000 was garrisoned. Young master! 2 figures silently appeared by Duan Lingtian's side. They were slightly curious. What did the young master come here for in the middle of the night? Could it be that he wants to enter the Hengduan mountain range? Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang, how much do the 2 of you know about this place? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Zhang Qian pondered for a moment, then said, Young master, according to what we know, there are groups of wild beasts within this Hengduan mountain range, and there are many fierce beasts as well. It's even to the extent that there might be nascent soul stage, fierce beasts within. As expected, Duan Lingtian nodded, and his eyes lit up. Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. There were surely many stone monkeys within this Hengduan mountain range, and there might even be groups of monkeys. My luck isn't bad. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. The monkey wine was extremely beneficial to him now. If he was able to obtain the monkey wine, he was confident that he would directly break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even if he broke through to the origin core stage, it wouldn't take too long. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang, come with me. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he moved as if transforming into an incomparably swift spirit serpent that directly flashed up the Hengduan mountain range. Although Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't know why Duan Lingtian would be interested in the Hengduan mountain range, they still followed him. Their duty was to protect Duan Lingtian's safety. After entering the Hengduan mountain range, they naturally encountered many wild beasts and fierce beasts. All of them were easily killed by Duan Lingtian's group of 3. As they continued deeper, they couldn't see any wild beasts anymore. All that pounced at them were fierce beasts, and even with Duan Lingtian's current strength, he still felt pressured. However, with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang present, their forward speed didn't slow down. Finally, within a spacious gorge, Duan Lingtian noticed traces of stone monkeys. Stone monkeys were different from ordinary apes. Their bodies were extremely small, yet their speed was like lightning. The weakest adult stone monkey had a strength at the origin core stage. Some of the stronger ones were even comparable to nascent soul stage martial artists. That year, Samsara Emperor Wu encountered several groups of stone monkeys, and there were 2 groups of monkey kings that had stepped into the void prying stage and had already transformed into demon beasts. I shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Presently, Duan Lingtian was hiding on a large tree outside the only exit of the gorge. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang followed by Duan Lingtian's side. At this moment, the 2 of them noticed the location of the stone monkeys, and they had puzzled expressions. Young master, what kind of monkey is this? Why do I feel that its size is even smaller than ordinary monkeys? Stone monkey, Duan Lingtian said. What? Stone monkey? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted when they heard Duan Lingtian. Although they'd never seen a stone monkey, they'd heard many rumors about it. Stone monkeys were a type of formidable, fierce beast. Most importantly, they knew how to brew a type of spirit wine called monkey wine. This type of spirit wine, when consumed by martial artists below the void prying stage, was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. The lower the cultivation, the more beneficial it was. For example, if a core formation stage martial artist drank the monkey wine, it was very possible for them to directly break through 1 or 2 levels. I never expected that stone monkeys would actually exist in this Hengduan mountain range. Moreover, it's hidden so well. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's eyes shone as they thought about the monkey wine. Don't be careless. According to my current observation, there's a group of stone monkeys in this gorge. There might even be a monkey king among them. Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy, and he wasn't as optimistic as Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Monkey king? Obviously, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't know much about stone monkeys. A monkey king might be a fierce beast, but it might also be a demon beast. Even if it's a fierce beast, it's absolutely in existence at the half-step void stage. Chapter 211. Demon Beast? Half-step void stage? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted, and they had astonished expressions when they heard this. A demonic beast was undoubtedly equivalent to a true emptiness stage expert, not to mention a demon beast monkey king. Even a half-step void stage monkey king was in existence they could go against. Young master, then will. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and were slightly hesitant. Although the monkey wine was good, it was far from being as important as their lives. Act according to the circumstances. Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang along as they lightly flashed through the trees, and everything within the gorge entered their eyes. They could see those stone monkeys standing in groups of 3 to 5 everywhere. Young master, is that monkey wine? Duan Lingtian looked towards the direction Zhang Qian pointed at. There was a small pond there, and the pond was half filled with liquid. The liquid was crimson red, and it was exactly the same color as the monkey wine in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Right, that's monkey wine. Duan Lingtian nodded. We have to think of a way to steal some monkey wine now. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang nodded, as they were extremely interested in the monkey wine as well. How about this? The 2 of you draw away the surrounding stone monkeys. I'll seize the opportunity to collect the monkey wine. How about it? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and when he noticed they were slightly hesitant, he instantly scolded with a smile. Do you think I'll harm the 2 of you? Even the strongest of these stone monkeys is inferior to the 2 of you. So long as you draw them away at the first possible moment, I can collect the monkey wine. Young master, you can discern their strength. Zhang Qian stared with a face full of astonishment, as he suddenly noticed that this young master was truly omnipotent. The strength of a stone monkey can be determined based on the color of their fur. Look, those 3 stone monkeys have dark yellow fur, and they're minors. Their strength is only at the origin core stage, and they're the youngest amongst these stone monkeys. Those with slightly yellow fur are all adult stone monkeys, and the strongest is at most at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. As for the stone monkeys at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, their fur is slightly closer to dark gold. However, there are no such stone monkeys here. My guess is that the stronger stone monkeys should be in the monkey cave. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone monkeys in the gorge as if he was familiar with them. Young master, you even know this? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were both astonished. They immediately asked, where is the monkey cave? Behind the forest over there, do you see it? Duan Lingtian pointed to the side of the mountain in the distance. There was a cave shrouded in the forest. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Young master, we'll be off then. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at each other, took a deep breath, and said to Duan Lingtian, "Go. Remember, don't hurt them, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Duan Lingtian nodded, but he was a little nervous. Let's take a gamble. He hoped that there was no Monkey King here. Even if there was a Monkey King, he hoped that it was not a demon beast. If it was a demonic beast, I wouldn't be able to escape even if I took the monkey wine. Riches and honor were found in danger. Duan Lingtian was taking a gamble now. Samsara Emperor who had encountered groups of stone monkeys many times, but only twice had he encountered a demon beast Monkey King. He didn't believe that his luck was really so good. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang responded. Their figures flashed and appeared before a group of stone monkeys, startling all the stone monkeys in the canyon. The stone monkeys in groups of 3 to 5 obviously didn't expect the humans would appear, and after being stunned for a moment, they pounced toward Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Even the few stone monkeys that were guarding the pond that contained the monkey wine now chased toward Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Now is the time. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the group of stone monkeys within the canyon chasing Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang out of the canyon. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's strength exploded out, and 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. At that time, before he broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage, Duan Lingtian already had the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. Half a month ago, he broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage and consumed the dragon blood pill to complete the tempering of his fleshly body, so he had the strength of another 2 ancient mammoths. His current strength was even slightly superior to a first-level origin core stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone when he saw the pond that contained the monkey wine coming closer and closer. Now, the medicinal cauldron appeared in his hand. This was also the only container in his hand. Bang! Duan Lingtian's body descended onto the ground, and he descended beside the small pond. However, right when Duan Lingtian intended to use the medicinal cauldron to collect the monkey wine, an awe-inspiring strong wind swept out and instantly arrived behind him. Duan Lingtian's body froze. I can't be so unlucky, right? The golden figure that flashed by earlier caused traces of coldness to involuntarily arise within Duan Lingtian's heart. When Duan Lingtian turned around, only through the bright moonlight did he notice that a stone monkey that was completely covered in golden fur had appeared before his eyes. This stone monkey was a few times larger than an ordinary stone monkey and was only slightly shorter than Duan Lingtian. Presently, its pair of golden eyes were staring at Duan Lingtian, and it revealed traces of hostility. Demon beast monkey king. Duan Lingtian's body was slightly stiff. He never imagined that he would really be so unlucky, meeting a demon beast monkey king on his first encounter with a stone monkey. The demon beast monkey king was in existence at the void prying stage. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could discern from the characteristics of the monkey king before him that this monkey king was an existence that had just transformed into a demon beast. Its strength was at least at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, another group of stone monkeys flashed out from the monkey cave and surrounded Duan Lingtian in the center. Amongst these stone monkeys, there were many existences with dark gold fur. These stone monkeys were all existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Some things really couldn't be casually gambled. The group of stone monkeys surrounded Duan Lingtian, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and were extremely ferocious. It seemed as if so long as the Monkey King gave the order, they would pounce over and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and recovered his senses. He realized that if he wanted to survive, he could only put in more effort on the Monkey King before him. Demon beasts had already begun to possess human nature and were able to understand human speech. "Respected Monkey King, I have no ill intentions." Duan Lingtian looked at the golden-haired Monkey King that stared coldly at him and tried to communicate with it. "Roar!" The golden-haired Monkey King roared in a low voice and pointed at the monkey wine in the nearby pool, as if it was angrily denouncing Duan Lingtian as a thief. "This Monkey King, I only want to ask for some wine to drink. I have no ill intentions. I didn't harm a single one of your people." Duan Lingtian gestured as he explained. He felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. When had he ever spoken so humbly? And it was even towards a monkey. However, when one was under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. If he wanted to survive, then he had to have a deep communication with the Monkey King and obtain its forgiveness. "Roar, roar!" The Monkey King roared twice more, and its icy cold eyes eased up slightly as it pointed towards outside the gorge. You want me to leave?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, as he never imagined that the Stone Monkey King would be so easy to talk to. Can you give me some monkey wine?" Realizing that he had escaped danger, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but seize the opportunity, and he pointed at the nearby pool as he probingly asked the Monkey King. "Roar, roar!" Unexpectedly, the originally docile Monkey King immediately glared at him with its golden eyes, and its body was filled with a dense, murderous aura. All right. I'll leave now." Duan Lingtian hurriedly waved his hand and put away the medicinal cauldron in his hand. Under the escort of the stone monkeys, he walked out of the gorge step by step. He thought to himself, "In the future, when this young master's strength surpasses yours, I'll teach you a good lesson," just as Duan Lingtian arrived at the exit of the gorge. Roar, a mournful roar of a stone monkey was transmitted over. "Not good." Duan Lingtian's expression changed. His first thought was, could it be that Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't listen to him and hurt those stone monkeys? If that was the case, he would really be doomed by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang this time. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed, the Monkey King also let out a furious roar. A group of stone monkeys once again surrounded Duan Lingtian, forcing him back. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and his heart was filled with trepidation. He only hoped that it wasn't Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang that touched those stone monkeys. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a stone monkey that was twice the size of an ordinary stone monkey with fur between dark gold and gold entered the gorge. Crimson red blood was still ceaselessly dripping from the claws of this stone monkey. On its back was a stone monkey with dark gold fur. This stone monkey lay on the former's body with its arms hanging down, and its claws flickered with a sheen that was pitch black like ink. Obviously it had been poisoned. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone monkey that carried the poisoned stone monkey in, and his pupils constricted as a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. This group of stone monkeys seemed to be even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Besides the demon beast Great Monkey King, there was also a half-step void stage second Monkey King. Woo-woo! The second Monkey King put down the poisoned stone monkey on its back before flashing out of the gorge. When it entered once more, it was carrying a jet-black, enormous python on its shoulder. The enormous python had already been killed, and there were many marks of being bitten and clawed on the enormous python's body. This enormous python ought to be the spoils of war of the second Monkey King. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian quickly recognized this enormous python after he searched the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. This was a dark cloud python. Looking at the markings on the dark cloud python's body, Duan Lingtian estimated that its strength ought to be at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Now, he'd roughly guessed the sequence of events. It ought to be the dark cloud python that injured the poison stone monkey, and the stone monkey was poisoned by the dark cloud python. Later on, the dark cloud python died at the hands of the second Monkey King. The dark cloud python's poison? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, seeming to have thought of something happy. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the poisoned stone monkey hadn't died, and was only bitten and poisoned. Of course, if it wasn't detoxified in time, this stone monkey wouldn't be able to live for more than an hour. Woo! Right at this moment, the group of stone monkeys swarmed over and dismembered the corpse of the dark cloud python into 1,000 pieces. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.